permissions. There
It
you
goes
go.
to Eric.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Fantastic. Let's get to, I'm gonna change the music around to suit what is actually going on. Share that sound. Bam. Here we go. Welcome back, Aurora Concordant. It's time to get to work. So, much has been going on, much indeed here in Tal'Dorei. Right over there. So, here's what's been going on. Nightmares have befelled all of the residents of Westruun. Children have been going missing. Terrors in the night. Paladin Finch has been summoned to Bahamut's Rest and has been called upon to do service to the Platinum Dragon and bring justice and protection back to Westruun. There is rumor on the road that a urban legend, a maiden of the Bramblewood, has been kidnapping men off the road, and this has always been there, but now something terrible has happened. A group of miners have been murdered for all intents and purposes by this, presumably by this spirit, faces stretched across in terror. And the head of the temple said, whether or not this is related to the nightmares and the child kidnappings, it's very probable, but regardless, it needs to be dealt with one way or another. So hopefully it'll solve the problem. Maybe it'll lead to a clue for something else. Maybe it won't, but we hope that it will be fixed regardless. So the party has that lead to go on, and nonetheless, they have heard around town that there is quite a sizable reward offered by the city of Westruun to whoever can solve the nightmare debacle. So with that, the party's gone to ground and has begun to look here and there for what could be the culprit. Let's see. They met with grave mystic Sarish of the Temple of the Raven Queen, who told the party to bring one of the corpses of the miners to her, and she will speak to that lost soul and perhaps learn a little bit more of what had happened to those poor miners. She also marked Easton to have been touched by the powers of the Raven Queen, and remarked to the party that if you have need to know of the undead, maybe simply look at your ally. And Easton seemed to know a thing or two about ghosts by his own power. All right. Ember and Jewel began to investigate some flyers you found around town. It seems the Tiefling Brothers' dream reading stall has been opened in the Opal Ward of Westruun, belonging to the brothers Nyx and Viril, who do card readings and dream readings for the people, and they seem to be making quite killing. The party is keeping a close eye on them and seeing what it is they're up to. All right, what? Easton was confronted by guardswoman Sinzu the Keen, an orc woman who warned him that he should be careful of the companies he keeps, as the Jewel of Twilight has been rumored to be associated with the Myriad criminal syndicate. So be careful. And if you have honor and know something of her crimes, tell the guard. We'll see if Easton does anything with that. Let's see. Oh, yes, Yvain and Honor went to speak to Balthazar at, what was it called? What was the bar?
The Grim Warrior.
The Grim Warlord, that's right.
Warlord.
And Balthazar told a tale of the Black Dragon Umbrisil when he came so long ago, and Vox Machina took up arms against him. Alongside Vox Machina were many Goliaths and survivors of Westruun, one of which was a young man by the name of Tamlin, who went to fight Umbrisil, and he told his dearly beloved Jasmine to wait under the tree where they first met and fell in love, and that he would meet her there. And as Umbrisil was defeated, Jasmine waited and waited and waited, and her love never came. And in her despair, she died by her own hand. And her spirit seems to haunt that tree ever since, and thus, perhaps, is the source of this urban legend that seems to have become much more deadly as of late. The party decided that it was time to stick it to that bitch. Murder waif, I believe, was how she was dubbed. And you guys went forth. The spirits of the miners were called forth in a spectral fashion to attack you, but they stood no chance against the party. And you were able to dispatch the murder waif as well as the angered spirits of the dead miners. But alas, it seems that the danger of this maiden's spirit still lingers. It seems her grief ties her to this place, and that freeing her requires perhaps something a little more in depth. Zarvog went to Greystone Tower and found that no one was there to answer the door. Very unusual, not the usual protocol there. And met a young halfling, a halfling sailor by the name of Ferim Garub, who seemed to be looking for the same thing. And of course, Ember met with Esteros, his patron, who told him that there's a little sort of competition, a little philanthropic, I think that's the word, competition amongst him and his fellow lords. Each one has selected a champion amongst the four, and they're going to see who will be able to solve the mystery of the dreams and missing children and such. Whoever wins will be greatly rewarded and allowed to come visit the manor and meet all of Esteros's associates and perhaps gain some prestige. That's where we find ourselves today, but in fact, we find ourselves once more before the Temple of the Raven Queen. You have brought yourselves a body of one of the miners and hopefully intend to bring it, or you hope to bring it before the Grave Seer to see if she can learn anything from this corpse. That is where we find ourselves today. So, man, I wish I knew what track I picked for the inside of the Raven Queen Temple because it was spooky and I was all about it. What if we did... how about Glitching Carver Circle Tail Shadowfell? I think that's pretty fitting considering the Raven Queen. We'll put a little Shadowfell suspense music on. The doors swing open and the Aurora concordant files through, if that is, of course, what they want to do. Bringing forth the body of one of the dead miners. Incredible. Oh, I made him. Come on, I definitely made him. You walk in, and indeed, as promised, the Grave Seer is there, and simply gestures for you to lay the body upon the altar. She says from under her cowl, her sort of pale grayish skin under the cowl, she says, "Excellent. You will be allowed to commune with the spirits for a short time. 5 questions you will be allowed to ask, and I shall be the conduit for the spirits' return. Are you ready?"
Could we have a moment to frame the questions first, please?
She simply gestures affirmatively.
Team huddle, y'all. We should probably, think about this instead of just improvising since we only have 5. So Yvain's got her notebook out and is like, all right.
We should also choose who to ask.
Oh, we're going to give the questions to the priestess. The priestess said she'd be conveying the information back and forth.
Are you the president of the
So
Mark?
we don't have to
Really?
We don't have to ask. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I would just had a.
What I was thinking is, if we don't have to ask closed-ended questions, then maybe the first question should be, how did you die?
Do we not know how they died, though? I mean, presumably, or are we just...
We're trying... All right, so here's the thing. What we're trying to do, if I'm understanding, is find out what kind of... because they're not like... It's not like undead, and they're all the same, right? Like different kinds of undead do different things and they have different attacks, so knowing how to defend ourselves would be a good thing. but also different kinds of things kill them. Like silver is bad for some of them, but not bad for others. So if we could get him to give the grave mystic enough information, perhaps she could narrow down what flavor of undead we're dealing with, and would be able to share what kind of things would kill it efficiently. But I don't know that if we said, "Oh, hey, what was it that it killed you?" that he won't just say, "Oh, it was like a screamy, flowy thing."
Right.
I agree. It's a question worth asking. My only concern is which we can't really account for, but he may just say I turned and saw white, but I do
If we
hope he'll
ask,
have a more specific answer.
how about if we phrase it, what were the events that led to your death?
Yeah,
I like
it's worth a
that.
try.
Question 1.
Perhaps what happened after as well. If it even know.
Well, that's the
dead.
that's the question for the priestess. Is these questions are they asked of the body or are they asked of the spirit? Because we might only have available information up until the time of death, but not of the events that took place after. And that depends on who we're asking, or if that makes any sense.
Does it suppose the answer there is what constitutes the dead, because that is who she'll be talking to. Is it the soul? Is it the body? Is it both? But I wish I had an answer for it.
Why don't we ask the grave mystic? She would know.
That's why I put it out there.
You shall be communing with the impression of the soul that was laid upon the body. The soul has gone with the Raven Queen now to its final resting place, but the body contains impressions of the soul that once lingered there. You will gain no answers of the afterlife from this corpse, but from what happened to it before its eyes closed for the last time.
Ma'am, what kind of information would you need to be able to identify what manner of undead it was that was his demise?
She looks over to you, Easton, once more. Easton, make me a for ghosts, let's call it a religion check. You can have advantage as it is considered undead. Not religion.
16.
16. You think of the mythos you were told that the woman who died, you remember that from the story it was referenced that she was she had elven blood. She was definitely more powerful than the others, and considering all of her abilities, she was an undead spirit that is often referred to as a banshee. Banshees are the spirits of dead elven women who were scorned or spiritually harmed deeply before their death, that they are not able to move on and live in this state of rage and despair and agony after their death, and they're considered to be fairly powerful ghost-like beings.
I relayed that all to the party. So all that said, that it further adds to my suspicion that whatever we did just fight was merely a sample.
All right. So along the same line, you know what it is, what's necessary, what will kill it, and what sort of things do we need to look out for? How do we need to protect ourselves? And what were the other things?
Are these questions you wish to ask the corpse?
I can't imagine the corpse would know. The corpse isn't.
Then perhaps best discussed once you have left my temple's grounds. For the dead come to mourn, and this is perhaps not the place to discuss. I shall begin the ritual. You may ask your questions, and you may take time to decide as they are, but I shall begin now. She turns to the corpse of the dead miner. She spreads her hand out, and incantations are spoken under breath. A green energy sort of pours forth from the mouth, seemingly, of this graveseer, and seems to move into the mouth of the actual dead. She turns her hand, and that great mist swirls around, and she raises it. And you see the body gasp a deep breath of air into its lungs, and a green mist sort of pours out of its lips. She says, "The corpse is awakened. Ask your 5.
What are the events that led to your death?
The corpse goes, "Me and my friends were walking to the mines to work the iron veins there. It was before the sun rose, and we took a moment to rest, and we decided to look at the haunted tree, for there was not much else to do. And as we entered into that dark and misty grounds in the Bramblewood, the maiden appeared from the forest. Some wanted to flee, but others were curious. And as she drew close, she wailed in a scream so terrible that I felt my life simply end." You all encountered that wail while you were there, and some of you were affected by it, but all of you resisted the greater powers of what could have happened. You suspect now what would have happened if you failed. Death.
I'm going to step back and let someone else.
I'll look at the party. This may be an off-kilter question, but I have a curiosity, and I look at the corpse. Excuse me, friend. Pardon the personal question, but were you married? Were any of you married?
Most did have families, wives and husbands.
Turn to the group. Perhaps a link, a pattern.
May I?
By all means.
We encountered your spirit after the whale at the tree. What kept you in that place?
Corpse considers. The wail of the woman was one of such pain and malice. I felt as I died that I would have no rest.
Got another. When you heard the scream, did you hear anything specific other than just the loudness, the boom, a song, a ringing, anything?
As she approached, she hymned. She hummed on the wind. It was sad, but sweet, which is why I think some of us did not fear. And then the wail that followed was of such anger and malice.
We'll look back at the party. Another that may be a little off kilter, but there's our last question. And unless we have better options, look around one last time. Look back at the corpse. Were you, before your final moment, did you get a good look at her? Did she appear beautiful?
She appeared young and full of sadness, one of pain in that pretty kind of way. But then when she screamed, her face twisted in madness like I had never seen before. Such pain, such despair, such loneliness. The green mist spills from her throat, trails upon the ground like black ice, and then disappears as if evaporating into the air. And the corpse head hits the back stone lifelessly. And the cleric is freed from the spell. Says, "This corpse is beyond speaking now. It shall be returned to rest."
Thank you.
Is there a way to protect him from being called by her again?
As she lay defeated,
We killed her, but we seem to feel there's something tethering her to the space. We made her dissipate, but we're not confident she won't just reapparate tomorrow night.
If the grounds remain desecrated, if this spirit continues to poison the ground with her grief, then the threat is not yet ended. This is all I know to say, for I am no paladin, nor any hunter of death. Perhaps you, looking again at Easton, might have the answers that many do not. This is all your curse to break. And a curse of grief is a strong one indeed. Bring peace to the spirit, and the Raven Queen will ferry her on.
Let's go confirm it. The only way to see is if she's still at the tree.
We should probably take our leave of this place so the clerics can tend their flock.
If it is what you wish to do, you all turn and leave the Temple of the Raven Queen. As you pass, you will notice that there is one person, unlike before, in the actual temple at the back pew. There is a single individual with muddy leather boots and a long black cloak with a hood on, and just sits at the back quietly as you all walk by.
Can I try like a perception check on him? Or
What are you looking for?
Just see if I recognize his profile, or if I can make one out.
Make a perception check. Go for it.
$24.
24. I'll give you something special for 24. You look at the profile of this individual. It's not anyone you've ever seen before. Slightly pale complexion. Doesn't look to be fully flush. But what you do notice is that as you guys are walking out, just at the last moment, this individual stands to move and perhaps talk to one of the priests. But you do catch, Easton, a number of small cut scars on their forearm, as it just sort of shows through the cloak, not unsimilar to what you have.
Is there anything indicative about the mud on the boots?
You can make me a insight check, I suppose.
All right. $18.
This person looks fresh off the road. Other than that, no.
Okay.
Yep. You leave. The doors of the Raven Queen Temple close behind you, and you find yourselves once more on the streets of Western.
Mage, do you think that was one of yours? One of your competitors?
Oh, sorry. I was lost in other thoughts. Maybe. I have no idea. I don't know who they are. So it could be, certainly is possible. Finch,
Yes,
can you perform a wedding?
I can. I would need a little bit of time to prepare, but I can.
Do we have any idea what her paramour looked like?
We don't. I don't think, and I'll look around to the group and I'll just say I don't recall from the tale that we got much of a description.
Yvain said that the bard said that he was a Goliath.
Goliath. Okay.
I don't remember saying that. I didn't say that. He fought with the Goliaths, but I don't think he was a Goliath. I'm sorry for making that clear. And his name was Tamlin, which seems an unusual name.
Yeah.
Are we suggesting raising his ghost and marrying the two ghosts?
No.
Right.
Oh. I thought it was kind of a fun idea to have a ghost.
How Tim Burton of you.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's not a far-fetched.
No, what I'm thinking is if we can present a body, somebody, and I know what Tamlin looks like, I can help provide us a semblance of him. It won't fool anybody, but it might suffice to the job. If at that point we can do two things. One is the wedding, and then a funeral.
I'll tell you what, Ember. Why don't you make me a little, maybe an investigation check? Being one of the more city folk individual here.
11.
11 will do. You recall a great deal of information about a city and its residents, past or present, can be uncovered at the public records within the halls of government in any major city. You definitely suspect Western would hold public records that could very well help you identify family lines and people and relatives currently living in Western and such. If you had interest.
That's my thought, is if we can find somebody who's related, and we can get an idea of what that semblance is, we may be able to provide enough connection to grant some peace. If you can bring that piece to closure with the wedding that never was, and then
they were married. I believe they were actually married. They were husband and wife.
Now this could be the player not remembering correctly. I don't think I ever heard that they were actually married.
It wasn't. The story never confirmed.
Okay.
I was left with the impression that they were. That it was something that was supposed to happen and didn't. But again, that's a records check.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find out really quick in the
So-
records. Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, then breakfast, and then public records.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go bureaucracy.
Do you mind if I go
Yeah.
with you?
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Thank you. There's
And
something I
on
wanted to
the
check there.
on the off chance we all have a good night's rest, something happened.
Actually, I had a thought about that. How would you feel about going camping? Like, let's grab the horses and ride about 20 miles south. Hear me out, just for science. It's not that I feel like I need a good night's rest. It's not that at all. But we do need to test the full area of effect of the spell, right? I mean, we just need to know what we're dealing with. So yeah, who wants to go camping?
I agree. I'll join you.
I don't think we should split the party.
Just out of my own pure curiosity, what are you doing? You're camping and testing a spell?
Yeah, so inside Western, you can't get a good night's sleep. But can you get a good night's sleep an hour outside Western?
Ah,
So if we
I
were
see.
to ride like an hour down the road,
A
half an
smart
hour down the
cookie.
road,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
like it means we'll have a commute, but
That's okay.
if we were able to rest,
Yeah,
would it be worth the commute? See, I think it is.
I do too.
I agree.
I'm always up for sleeping outside.
Well, the short and easy answer is, well, at this point in the day, maybe there isn't a short and easy answer, but it would be to ask, one of the drovers, one of the farmhands, because those ranches are easily inside that working area that you're talking about, and if they're having them.
I was kind of hoping to get outside that area. I don't want to have nightmares. I want to get a good night's sleep. I would like to ride out someplace where I can get a good night's sleep so we can think in the morning. And it's a good idea to test the area of the spell. I mean, if people in Stillburn
What
are
I'm
having
saying
nightmares, we
is,
should know.
we don't know.
We do know. Right, but we can't test it if we don't try.
I mean, what's the worst that happens if we
Anyway,
try?
I'm going to go ride outside of the city to get some sleep. Who's coming with
Did you
me?
just say what's the worst that could happen?
I mean, this isn't a Sunday
now
campaign.
Hide and
it's
stay
so
there,
we
invincible.
good.
No. I'm sure something will happen, but if it ends up in us getting a good night's rest, I mean, it could be worth it. So I'm saying.
I've got Bahamut with me. We good.
God's on my side. I'm
God's
not
on my
worried.
side. I got 2 boons, baby.
Baby.
I'm up for fresh air.
I'll tell you what. Finch, I'll just give this to you for free. You're aware, I would say that you're, well, I'll tell you what, make me, we'll do a roll for this. Make me a history or religion check, your choice.
Let's see here. I'll do a history check. 14.
14?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. You were there enough. Though no one's explicitly said anything, in this moment you kind of recall, like, you'd work at the temple and whatnot, and people would come in the morning with like the black circles under their eyes and like the very fresh horrors of the evening, and the clerics stood ready to help those people alongside you. Now that you recall, those clerics didn't look quite as sleepless as the other people who came in the Temple of Bahamut's Rest.
Interesting.
The other thing
I-
I'll note is Easton, if you're around. I would say you simply notice that the hooded figure leaves the temple and walks up the street.
Can I I'm gonna follow as far as like they'd go just to like keep them keep a mental note of what direction they're going in.
Yeah, you take a mental note, but they quickly disappear down the many streets of Western.
So an observation that I made while serving time in the temple is that I can't help but notice that the individuals that I was serving with didn't necessarily seem like they were as impacted by the nightmares as the rest of the town, as the people coming in. They, the individuals who I saw, were exhausted like us, experienced the same things, the same horrors that we did. And yet, I can't help but notice that the clerics around me maybe didn't have the same appearance, looked a little bit more refreshed.
All right, we want to sleep on holy ground for a night and see if that makes a difference. It would save us a ride. I mean, we still wouldn't know the effect of the spell, but we would still get a good night's sleep.
We could try.
Is that not where you sleep, Finch? Or...
No. I didn't stay my time at the temple directly. I would go back to rest the tavern at night, but just an observation.
Yeah, I would say, though you didn't take the Acolyte background feature, I'd still give it to you, Finch, because you're a
Okay.
dedicated paladin of Bahamut.
Yeah.
They would allow you to take rest in Sanctuary there, whereas I don't think the rest of you have, like, Acolyte level devotion to a god.
But I'm a
Yes.
monk.
Yeah, that's true. You could go sleep at the reserve.
The cobalt over there.
Can I bring my homies?
No. They're not.
If
They
one of you
unfortunately
sleeps
are not
well,
monks.
if one of you sleeps well, it counts for all of us. So,
Bubble, how are you feeling about Melora?
You're all about to go
Are
dedicate
you
yourselves.
into her?
I mean, there is always Bahamut. Just saying. Don't know if you've heard of it.
Malorna.
What's
The wild Oh my goodness, the
What's
wild
going-
mother, you prick!
Oh,
Didn't even bother to say it in undercommon that time.
Amazing.
right.
I
right.
love that.
I
Incredible.
love that. What's Malama?
What's a Malama?
Yeah. Yeah. She seemed nice enough, right?
You know, the high priestess, the one you were looking for, maybe that one. How are you
Right.
feeling? Right. So, do you remember the little foresty area that we went? We were talking about. How did you feel about that little place?
Oh, yeah. That'd be a nice place to take rest, especially if we can get some sleep.
I'm just suggesting you go talk to the priestess is all. That's all I'm saying.
About
I'm
sleep.
going to go sleep in the library.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to meet up in the morning? The inn?
Yeah, tavern for breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
sounds good to me.
Okay. You all go your separate ways, it seems. Yvain to the Cobalt Reserve to hopefully get some better rest there. Finch, it sounds like, is going back to Bahamut's Rest to try and get some rest. The rest of you are going back to the Sunkissed Tower? Sunkissed Inn, whatever it's called.
No, I guess I'm going to the Wild Arbor or whatever it's called there.
Okay. Yeah, the Wild Arbor. Just to make that quick and clean, yeah, you get there, they say, "Hi Zarvolg, how are you?" And you go, "Hey, can I sleep here or become a priest or whatever I gotta do?" And they go, no, you can't.
Oh.
They go, "What is the Wild Mother's name?"
Floridia. Flora. I don't remember.
I see. Yeah, no.
love Zarborg so much.
Oh, yeah.
I love Zarvok too.
That makes perfect sense.
Malarba.
But she can sleep here. And points at Fen.
Yeah.
Take your dog with you, non-believer.
He's not a non-believer, and besides, he could.
You can't, Yvain. You can't steer Zarvolk's faith for him.
I would never. I would never do such a thing.
Didn't you
actually
just
just trying to get
suggest
some nice
Zarvolk
rest.
become an acolyte of Melora to get some rest a half hour ago?
I suggested my friend get a good night's rest and receive some comfort. It's all I suggested.
I'm actually going to try the right outside the city a little ways and camp out thing.
You want to do the mile hike, or the little mile trip on horseback and camp there?
Yeah, me and the dog and the horse. I was going to
Yep.
do some dog and horse time anyway, so that works out.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna hang out with my pets. No problem. What about the rest of you? Yeah.
My own personal deal on that, Ryan, is
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep in the ring because I can stay in the ring for 6 hours.
That's true. That's true.
And I'll have Red just wrap a fist around the ring. I did under the bed.
The innkeeper says, innkeeper ends up at some point knocking your door and coming in and goes, fresh towels? What the fuck is, okay. And just closes the door. But yes, Ember will sleep in the ring. Yvain will sleep at the Cobalt Reserve. Finch at Bahamut's Rest. Zarvolg on the frontier. What about you, Jewel?
Jewel, I don't know. She lives in Western, so
You go sleep at home?
just go home.
Yeah, fair enough. Incredible. Yeah, you go home. You all go to sleep. Some of you going, hope we don't get any nightmares this time. Zarvolg, you rode a mile outside the city? Like well beyond the ranches?
Yeah.
Cool. Ember, Zarvolg, Finch. Oh, Easton, where were you sleeping?
Oh,
At the shop?
Easton, he's gonna go where he's staying. So he's just like, it was gonna be another night of like staying at the tavern around people for as long as he could before like slinking off.
Going to bed. Fair enough. And if that's the case, Zarvolg, Yvain, Finch, and Ember, you guys have a very restful night. No nightmares befall you. It seems the safety of the ring protects you, Ember. Zarvolg, it seems your distance from the city protects you. And Yvain and Finch, indeed, you are sleeping on holy grounds. And for whatever reason, holy ground seems to be exempt from these horrible, wicked nightmares. But Jewel and Easton, as you two will sleep in the comfort of either the room and board that you've been given at your job, Easton, or at your personal quarters, your home, Jewel, you two will have deep, dark nightmares of loneliness, apathy, failure, past traumas, enemies, monsters in the night with glaring yellow eyes, people on the streets looking down at you with glaring yellow eyes. And though you get a long rest, you awaken probably a couple times in the night covered in beads of sweat, but you get the long rest too. So all of you get a long rest. And the next morning comes.
Yeah, back to the Sunkissed Tavern then.
All right. You guys are all going to meet for your morning breakfast.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. If everyone wants to have breakfast for the day, that's going to be at this most comfortable inn. That's going to be 5 silver.
All right.
I'll cover you for food for the day. So let's go put you back where you belong, aye? In the tavern, wherever I put it. Here, tavern. Where are you? There you are. Whee! Yeah, you're all gonna file in the morning. Gather around. Oh my god, there's 2 Eastons. Kill him. It's a doppelganger.
Catfish.
Yeah, you guys are... Get him! Yeah, you all get there, and some of you look good, others of you look a little worse for wear.
Oh, that was definitely better.
All right, so distance matters. I slept well, so holy ground matters.
Extradimensional space worked.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I feel well rested as well. I feel like we suspected that.
Oh,
All
so,
right, then
so it's just the city.
maybe tomorrow Easton and Jewel leave town with Zarvolg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, simple answer is we all leave the city.
We could do that too.
Never come back.
No, I like the work. I thought you wanted to be famous. You know, if we do this, people will write songs about you probably.
I want to
happen
be
to know
well
all
rested
this.
and famous.
Well rested and famous.
So we're going to the public records department, yeah?
That's my plan. Unless you've got a better one.
Oh,
No,
I
I
am
love
not
that
going.
plan.
I'm not going to public records department.
You want to go check on your wizard?
Yeah, I'll give that another try.
Easton, real quick. What's the best way to kill a banshee? And what are the attacks we're looking for? And how do we avoid them? And what were the other things that were with them? And what can they do? And how do we kill them? If we can know all this to begin with, like just, the practical things. So we, run to the market, pick up a few things, murder the murder waif, or set her free, however we want to frame it, get Finch in, take care of Finch's honor, etc. But that's what all that whole mess was for. Is and I didn't know you knew this whole time that you knew this whole time. I just didn't know that.
Easton, who looks like a close up from SpongeBob, just crusty face, just all over. But do I've never fought a banshee, but I mean,
Here you
should I
have.
do it?
You guys fought and defeated one just the other day.
Oh, yeah, that's true. How
I
can
would say that the party is more than welcome to draw on the experience of that battle and what worked and what didn't work. I'll give you some things for free, but not all. I'll say that being a ghost, it seemed to be immune to, or well, from your knowledge, Easton, being a ghost, it's immune to certain conditions. Being incorporeal, it can't be afflicted by things that would affect a physical body, like exhaustion or poisoning. Can't be knocked prone as it's incorporeal. Things like this. There's many different conditions that it won't affect it. And you also saw that it had quite a number of resistances and immunities to it as well. And then its other features, I'm sure you got quite a close-up look at. So I'll give you those for free with a 17.
Yeah.
So if we plug our ears, if we get some sort of earplugs, would that give us any kind of advantage against because it said she screamed, he became sad, and then he died of it, right? That's what he said. He died of sad because she screamed at him. So if we can't hear her scream, then are we going to be scared? Because if we just need to put things in our ears, that could help. Maybe, I don't know.
Ice picks?
No, don't mind me.
I've been practicing something where I can quiet an entire area. If we stay inside that area, we shouldn't hear
her. And the thing with ghosts is what helps them is
we
also
stay inside the area, but that means you've got to get that spell up, and we have to cluster together before that can. I mean, it's not bad. We just have to make sure that we're together, and that's going on before she screams.
And well, that's good for keeping us protected. With a ghost, they're always trapped. We can't kill what's already dead, but we can trap it, and that's what I was more thinking.
Easton, I still need an answer to the question about the wearing earplugs.
Well, from
I think any of you could discern that if you couldn't hear the whale, it would take a significant plugging, or indeed Zarvolg, your magic would suffice.
Yeah.
But if you were able to make it so as you were deafened, if you were able to deafen yourselves. You know, the disadvantage is that, you know, you're all deaf, so you can't communicate on the battlefield. But the bright side is that her murderous wail won't get to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to relay this in character, and maybe I shouldn't. But if we all are inside the
You can.
silence,
You know how it works.
okay.
Yeah, we won't be able to hear her. We also won't be able to hear each other, which means no incantations, etc.
Well, that's problematic. Silence, it literally shuts down any of the magic users. How many, how often can she do this whaling thing? Like, is it a thing that she can do every single round, or is it like a one and done sort of thing? Or is it like maybe she has it and maybe she doesn't, but you don't really know. It's just sort of like, you know, a roll of the dice, as it were.
We saw her use it. It because I remember I
We
saved on it, and so did Ember.
we saw her use it once,
Yeah,
but we shut it down pretty quickly. Could she have had the opportunity to use it again? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if the battle had gone on longer, would she have been able to use it again? Because that would affect our strategy if we all have to bubble up real quick in that silence spell. If Zar has to cast it more than once, you know.
you can also step in, step out. I believe the our best strategy is going to be what worked the first time, and that was keeping on her while keeping away from her. For instance, your guiding bolt, that your star beam that helped a lot. It our moonfire, but the one that came from the sky. I'm sorry, it's a terrible night's sleep, but I does my I would I'd be able to use my magic in a place of silence, wouldn't I? Because I just have to see her.
Yeah, you're of course referring to your rights, right? Like your
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, your stuff isn't, they're not spells, they're not incantation based. So yeah, you'd be fine. Yeah. There's no verbal component.
But I'm just trying to think, what are we going to do with her after? Because if we can't let her vanish again like she did the first time. It's
Yeah, I mean, there's not much point in going back and making her revanish every 2 days.
I think we can combine both. What
I'd like
Ember's
to know if she can wail more than once. I feel
Always
like
go
that's a
back,
thing to know.
stand in the field, see if she wails more than once.
I believe she did wail more than once, didn't she?
In your
No,
battle,
she
you guys were
did
pretty
not.
quick to dispatch her, however.
and she didn't use it consecutively.
Didn't she? Oh, she didn't? Interesting.
I know that she didn't. I'm asking if she could have.
What did it like? What happened when she did it? I wasn't there.
All of you who were there, your minds were racked with like incredible pain. So psychic damage, essentially. But again, your wills were much stronger than that of the miners.
Anybody have any kind of special magic or ring or prayer or whatever that helps protect against that?
They don't like daylight. I've noticed that. I got a spell that creates it. In theory, if I lit up the place like noon, it could make them easier to deal with. I'm sure she won't be alone. So how do we trap a banshee?
Wow.
Maybe that magic weapons place has a banshee trap.
No, I'm asking Easton, right?
I would say if you guys are looking to, I'll tell you what, Finch being the holy warrior and Easton being the monster hunter, you two can go ahead and make me either an Arcana or a religion check to discern, with all the information you've gathered so far, what you think the answer to this problem may be.
Can I do that one with advantage?
Yes, this is undead, so you may do it at advantage.
Nat 20.
Well, hell.
Well, hell.
I got a nat 22.
Look, yeah, so while Yvain's been talking and Zarvolk's been talking about a banshee trap and that's the discussion over there. Easton and Finch have been like hanging out on the other side of the table. And you, between the two of you, you guys go, yeah, like we went over there and we kicked its ass. Like we're not going to do that every 2 days. Like that's ridiculous. Right. But and that doesn't seem to be working either way. What's holding it there isn't. It's just like physical. It's not just like a person hanging out there. It's bound there by grief. So you sense that the advice by the grave mystic was probably the way to go. That you need to alleviate this soul of its grief and its pain. So how do you do that? Its pain comes from the loss of Tamlin. Maybe she thought that Tamlin abandoned her. Maybe she's angry at Tamlin. Maybe you think that maybe it's worth trying to learn more about this woman, who she was in life, maybe about the person she loved, and maybe by learning more about her, you can help ease her grief. But that seems to be perhaps the solution rather than martial combat.
Yeah.
Which is
Closure.
putting together what Ember was trying to do.
Closure, exactly.
Yeah, closure, like what we said before.
Mm-hmm.
So then the next thing, is this what we're doing in the morning? Or are we going to start looking, are we going to put resources into the nightmare thing? We've actually got a lot on our plate right now.
Let's deal with one thing at a time. We have some inroads on the waif. We know that we have, at least for a very short time, forced her dissipation. We should utilize that to come up with a plan to get that spirit closure.
We just need to give her the answer she's looking for.
Yeah.
And
All right. Can we start at public records?
fill in the blanks of the story. Off to the public records.
We think the answer to what happened to this guy is going to be in the public records.
Not necessarily what happened to him, but we're learning more about her, right? So it's
it
not
would
just
also help you track down the family too.
Yeah,
right?
not just that story, but the person behind the story, right? Like who she was, and maybe it'll lead us to more information about him and them, and maybe we can kind of make those ends meet to help ease her grief.
And we'll learn more about the city itself.
Yeah.
Which
is it worth consulting Honor again, or I'll like look at Yvain.
Any excuse, am I right?
I know, but actually, I've asked her to look into what sorts of things cause nightmares.
Okay, so you need to circle back with her anyway.
Yes, and I'm planning to circle back with her, but Ember just said he wanted to work on this first, so I figured we would. I'm just here to support my friends.
Okay.
Let's get these records then.
Yeah.
Finish this off and move on to that.
Okay. Party's heading to the public records, it seems. Good.
Oh, not me. I'm going to the wizard tower.
You're going to the wizard tower. Fantastic.
Off to see the wizard?
I'm off to see the wizard. The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, you make your way over. We'll deal with the wizard really quick.
Oh, that
you get there?
Sounds like he's not going to answer the door again.
Alone.
You go to Greystone Tower. You knock on the door. Once more, there's no answer. Strange lights continue to flash around in a pattern through the upper windows. The drapes are still closed.
Come on, Jack.
Yeah, you're knocking away. Come on, Jack, come to the fucking door. There's no halfling there today. No one comes to the door. It's maddening.
Yeah, that is maddening. All right, I'm gonna skulk back home.
Okay, you skulk back. If you wanted to catch up with these guys, you probably could if you wanted to.
No, I don't go to the public records place.
Okay, you don't want to go there. Fair enough. Absolutely. Front central public gathering areas are for statement. Where would the public records be? Okay, they're gonna be there. You guys make your way to the Opal Ward. You guys would be, maybe you talk to Ulf, who says, "Oh yeah, you're looking for public records. You're gonna want to go to the Hall of Reason, the courthouse there. That will have what you need." You guys all make your way there to the Hall of Reason, where you see an impressive statue of Bahamut on its front steps. This place of law and order. And you find your way in, you go, "We want to go to the public records." And the person there's like, "Why would you want to do that? It's boring. Oh, fuck, whatever." And she takes you downstairs to the basement where there is boxes and boxes and boxes. She says, "I gotta stay here, supervise, keep an eye on all of you, make sure you don't mess up any of the records, but feel free. They are the public records after all. Good luck. Whatever you're looking for." And she, like, sits on a stool, folds her arms, and looks at you all with this look of, like, really making me sit here? But yeah, you guys, it's the public records. Like, you're allowed to be here. You guys see lots and lots and lots of boxes full of paper.
I'm going to start by asking for death certificates around the time of Umbrisil.
Got it. Make me an investigation check.
Can I help him?
Yeah, you could give him the help action if you want, or roll your own.
Yep, yep.
Was that a help action, or are you rolling your own?
Yeah, help action.
Okay. 15.
15, fantastic. And Easton, check the Zoom chat. I sent you a message. 15. You go looking through, and yeah, you find a couple of boxes where you're like, "Oh fuck," and you recall, perhaps from the tales of the bards, the death toll that struck Westrin when Umbrisil and the Stormlord, or the Herd of the Storm came, whatever it's called. You're like, "Well, here we go." So the box wasn't hard to find, but you go looking for specific instances of things, and there are plenty of death certificates in here. Plenty. Goliath and human and elf and dwarf and gnome alike. You hunt and you hunt and you hunt, and lo and behold, you do indeed find what you're looking for. You find the death certificate of one Tamlin Stosk. And it will give you like the next of kin and everything like that. There is no sign that Tamlin was married, but it does say that like the next of kin that was noted was his mother, who survived him, a woman by the name of Tal'Dorei-Session.
Okay.
I'll say it would give you I think it would give you an address. It would give you an address to her current residence.
Okay. And that brings me to the next piece to look for is, given that address, who's the tax roll at that address?
Who's the tax roll?
Yeah, I'm assuming the properties are all taxed, but if this woman has passed, she may have passed it to an heir. She may have passed it to, a brother, a cousin,
yeah.
an uncle.
She seems to be quite alive, and seems to be indeed the leader of her own home, I suppose we'll say. Yes, the person who pays the taxes.
Okay.
She lives in the northern residential ward.
Okay, and she'll be able to tell us whether or not Tamlin and Jasmine ever actually got married, or if it was just scheduled or talked about. I'm thinking that's our next logical stop, unless there's more digging people want to do here.
Yes, please.
So while Ember was investigating Tamlin, what was Yvain doing?
Yvain is looking for the death certificate of several houses, his descendants, and an address for those descendants.
Understood. Make me an investigation check.
Before I do, I'd like to cast Enhance Ability on me to make me smarter.
Sure. Yep. No problem.
Thank you.
You may have advantage.
Yay! Right. Don't fuck me, because I really, really, really need this. Alright, okay. So, that's a 16. A 17.
17. Okay. Get your pens and papers ready. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So there is a reference to the Houthess. The Houthess. Okay. So the first name that you gather there is it references a Baron Seville Houthess. This individual was involved in the purchase of lands to the east of the eastern plains outside of Westruun, which leads you to believe that this person is technically the legal owner of Shadebarrow. And yeah, purchased the Dawn Circle, so to speak. It does have a death certificate that does say that note that he was entombed in Shadebarrow. Let him to be interred there. Yeah, he was interred in Shadebarrow itself. That Shadebarrow was apparently found by this baron after the purchase of the land and was interred there. There is reference to a couple of other individuals who have passed, but it does seem that there are 2 grandchildren of Baron Houthess that still yet live. Their names have, though, been changed through marriage, but their names are as follows. There is Camilla Tenver. I will post these names in the Zoom chat if that helps.
Thank you.
And Baudelaire Austin. Those 2 yet still live in Westruun, but have married into different families, and thus their names have changed.
And might I have addresses for them? I'm sure they pay taxes.
Yes, their addresses are there.
You can just say
neither one.
Location.
Yeah, at this location. They both live in the Opal Ward, which means that they're people of decent station. Neither one is considered the taxpayer in that home. Both of them married into nobler stock.
That's genius. Thank you. I'm going to share what I learned with the class. And I'm so excited about it. Thank you. All right, let's go.
All right. Done with the public records?
Thank you.
All right. You three can head out. Was there anything Finch or Drool wanted to do during this time?
Jill is just keeping track of information so that she can go to the Barnes College in a bit and see if there are any songs mentioning these people.
Songs mentioning these people.
Stories
The Houthesses or
Both.
Tamlin and Jasmine? Oh, both. Okay, cool. Understood. Finch?
I think I'm good for now.
I think you're good for now.
For now.
Got it. Let me check something here. Cool. As you guys are making your way out of the Hall of Reason, there's going to be a little bit of like a ruckus, shall we call it, where you see two of the town's guards, shields, as they are called, are currently have an individual restrained who is kicking and screaming and doing so belligerently drunk, and is a Blackford tabaxi. Is going, it is only a misunderstanding. I was just on my way home. You don't leave me alone. And he's like, oh, right, come on then, come on. This tabaxi looks across and sees you, Jewel, and you know who this is. In trouble again. And he goes, oh, wait, she can speak for me. Jewel, yes, come. That is, no, I see you. Wait, let me speak to her. She can bail me out. She always says, Jewel, come here. As they're like dragging him away, do you want to go over, or do you just kind of let his? Yeah, you head over. They kind of like stop and they turn and look at you and they go, oh, you're responsible for this person?
I suppose I am.
Well, he's currently under arrest for public drunkenness and illegal gambling, and of course speaking insults of city officials.
I see. You cannot control your voice, can you?
He goes, it was a misunderstanding, Jewel. I was just his hands shouldn't be out. He's manacled, but he goes, this is a misunderstanding. I wasn't too drunk, and I was just speaking with some friends, and we weren't it was silver. It was only silver. We were only gambling in silver. It's not so bad, is it?
You should know better. You cannot do that because you know what I am going through for you.
I know, you are wonderful for it, but do you think you could loan me just get me out of this? Just loan me just a little bit extra coin. The shield says, the fine. We were going to put him in the cells for a couple days, but it's 15 gold if you want to let him out right now. Get his bail.
You know what? You sit in that cell for a couple days. You think about what you have done.
But Jewel, we're family. You're my precious, my little girl. You can't do this to me. We're family.
Look what you are doing to me.
Jewel, please. And the shield goes, well, do you have the money? Because doesn't sound like she's bailing you out. He goes, wait, if you give me a day, I can come back with the money. And he goes, that won't do here, sir. All right, off you go. He goes, oh wait, Jewel, please. And they haul him off down the steps to the cells.
Wait.
Turns and looks the shield.
And she takes out 15 gold and she does not break eye contact with them and just holds it up to the guards.
And he goes. He looks in it. He counts it. Looks out of the other shield and goes, "It's all there. I'll turn it into the judicious." And he will. And they unlock his cuffs and says, "Just keep an eye out and no more drinking in the streets at 4 in the morning." He goes, "It's hard to sleep with all the nightmares. Thank you, gentlemen." He goes, "Oh, Jewel, you're wonderful. Come here, give your father a hug."
And like she kind of just stays standing rigid as he hugs her.
Yeah, he hugs her and goes, "Oh, that's my girl. You always have my back. You have to stick together, right? The big bad city, not where we're from. It is life is so much easier. These cities and all their rules. It is so difficult, but we have each other at least, right?"
The cat growl.
He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Dude, okay, I'll tell you what. I make it up to you, all right? Listen. I have an inn with this one table in the resident ward, a little to the south. I think you'll rather like it. I know you like cards, just like your old man. It's supposed to be good odds. So foolish players from out of town and such. I let you know, and I make it up to you."
I have too much on my plate right now, Father.
"Oh, all right. Well, you never come see me anymore. You have to come by the house."
It is because the only time I see you want money from me.
That's not fair. There's so much expenses to pay and such, and being a professional gambler and such. You have your up days and your low days, and it's not fair. You have to come for a meal. I always want to see you.
Yes, I will come for the meals, and I will have to pay for the meal.
Yeah, that only happened a couple of times.
It happens every time, Father.
I don't think so. I think you're misremembering, my girl.
Cat growl.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You got me out of another bind. You're my hero, as always, my little jewel. I will, I'll tell you what. I'm going to, I'll get out of your way now. But come by the house sometime, and we need to catch up, me and you, huh? All right. And he gives you, like, another little hug. This time a little bit more, like, ooh. You can tell you're getting
bristling
testy.
a little bit. Tail's bristling a little bit.
And goes, okay, all right, I got to go now. Okay, thank you. And he sort of walks down the steps, his clothes definitely mud-stained, a little tattered, and kind of goes walking down the steps and disappears out of the Hall of Reason.
Jewel tucks her ears inside of her hood and keeps it up and sort of...
Yeah. It is worth saying that everyone except Zarvol definitely heard this interaction. This man was not a very quiet tabaxi.
Easton just sort of like does 2 + 2 in his head, and he sort of keeps it to himself though.
Elaine looks at Jewel in the most gentle sort of way and says, "Maybe check your pockets." The second time was not like the first time.
She checks her pockets.
Nothing's stolen from your pockets as far as you can tell.
I'm sorry.
Let's just keep going. This mess has never happened. Let's just go.
Okay. Yeah, I'll head out. Zarvolg, where did you go to after the Hall of Reason? Or I mean, after the Greystone Tower. Yep.
Yeah, just back to the tavern. I didn't really have anywhere else in mind.
Fair enough. Okay. What about the rest of you guys? Where are you going?
I'm gonna go see Lorelei.
Yep.
But that's me.
Okay, you're gonna go see.
I would like to go with him, Ember, if I may.
You're going to go see Lorelei Stosk. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. And you're going with Yvain. Okay, cool. What about the rest of you?
I'll go as well.
Okay, Finch is going.
Before the party goes off, I Something about that last fight we had. I should spend some time with the rifle. I will find you all tonight for dinner, perhaps, or anything of the like.
Absolutely.
And I Dungeon Daddy, I'm not gonna go
Yeah.
to spend
Where are you
time with
going?
my gun. I'm
Just
gonna
gonna
go
spend time
look
with your
for
gun?
a certain hooded, scarred figure. It's probably that nightmare leftover crust. Wasn't nightmare crust because I don't think I slept. I think I spent all night being like, "You should do this. You shouldn't do. You should do this,"
Yeah, you should do
and
this.
I'm
You shouldn't
doing
do
it.
this. Okay. Tell you what, let's get some suspense. Let's stick with Easton for a moment then. So Easton, you're gonna go hunt down this individual. How do you intend to try and find this individual?
Start where I first saw them, and I'm gonna go back to the Temple of the Raven.
Fair enough. You go to Temple of the Raven Queen. Sure enough, you find yourself there. You going into the temple, or are you gonna just kind of ask around in the streets?
Uh, I'd probably do like a little bit of a perimeter, but it wouldn't be long. Like I'm going in there. And I might be going in there a little too hot, for the temple. But
A little too hot for the temple. All right, I see. So you go in a little bit of a ready to blaze, shall we say, and you're ooh, did I have a track for? Nah, they ain't got nothing for me. These people. Forest dungeon day cost box bills. Okay, whatever. And then we'll put on the old Shadowfell thing again. Suspense. Here, let's just do Ghastly Grounds. Why not?
You're a
All right.
Peter. You're
You
lovely.
find yourself there, Easton. Yeah, you look around. They're not stalking around. You make your way in. The acolytes of the Shadow, the Raven Queen, and the Grave Seer are all present. You come stalking in. What do you do?
I take a second to compose. I'm not here in regards to what my yesterday's conversation, but you see, before I left here, I saw, I want to say it was a shadow. My haven't rested well, so my mind's not seeing everything as I wanted to, but there was someone here. I desire to find them. And well, you've made it your right to single me out every time I've stepped here, so I usually find that comes in some sort of request, and whatever it is, I'll do it if you can tell me where the person who was here is now.
Make a persuasion check.
Yay, I'm really good at this. What?
Or an intimidation, your choice.
Oh yeah, no, let's do intimidation.
Yeah, okay. You could do the same, take the same roll and just apply your intimidation bonus.
Okay, that is a it's gonna be a total of a 5.
She looks at you. You know, you usually have a pretty intimidating effect on people with your sort of mangled look, but it does not seem to affect this individual quite as such. And she continues her sort of very direct stare through you. She says, "You would do a task for the Raven Queen?"
It means confirming who it is I think I saw yesterday. There's not much I wouldn't do.
Not much you wouldn't do. What do you know of the commandments of the Raven Queen?
What do I know about him? I
Make me a religion check.
find out. Do, 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 do. Just a normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ba-ba-ba. Oh, heck yeah, that's a 6. We're on fire.
You're having trouble recalling.
Too angry. Just focused on bang, bang, shoot, shoot.
Right. Right. Definitely.
They're escaping me right now, but I'd love a refresher.
The Matron of Ravens respects the natural path of death, for death is a part of life, and it must be protected. Those who pervert this path with unnecessary resurrections and undeath, these are abhorrent in the eyes of the Raven Queen. There is a creature, we are told, in this very city that we believe is warping and changing the process of death and life. The spirit you hunt with the paladin you came with, this Bramblewood maiden. She has never been so violent or fierce before. Until now. We believe that there is a monster on these very streets who has coaxed and enraged her. Find this monster, and you may have your answers, and solve the riddle of these dreams all in one shot. And then I will tell you not only who came to this temple the other day, but where to find them.
And I like that mention of a monster definitely like brought the hot down to a simmer. I'm like, okay. Terwin's one thing, the monster still shakes me, so I just nod, accepting it. It's like clear, done. And
Beware. We believe this monster is not something easily destroyed. For if it had the power to enrage the spirit you chase, it has the power to do much more. Go cautiously, or maybe it is the Matron of Ravens who will claim your soul.
and I'll see it done.
Good.
And I turn. I walk probably a little bit like just as hot as I left, but it's more of like I need to get out of here, like compose myself, sort of like shake it out as soon as I step outside.
Right. Step outside, the door closes, and you kind of rub your head, take a moment, compose yourself. You look around, and you can't help but see cloaks and hoods everywhere you look. Nothing magical or the like, just when something's on your mind, you seem to see it everywhere, you know? Just travelers here and there no longer look like travelers with dusters for the road, but cloaked, hooded strangers everywhere you look. Maybe monsters under those hoods, who knows?
Doing that, I'm kind of like taking a long breath and just making like a steady walk, like each forward step, sort of doing my best to try and cloud out everything, just parting waves. Just Walking through the city, heading back towards the direction of the others.
Understood. You walk back, trying to not let the paranoia grip you. Go to find the others. But in the meantime, we're gonna see what the others are up to. Let's see. So you guys are all headed to see Lorley Stosk. You guys are gonna make your way into the residential ward, as one does. Let me change to you're in the town. We do not need these ghastly grounds any longer. Let's see if we have something a little bit more. You find yourself walking amongst the various closely packed many-storied houses, or two-story houses of the residential ward. And you're going to come to the residence of Lorley Stosk, the mother of Tamlin Stosk. It seems to be a building that's slightly in disrepair. You know, it looks well swept and well kept, but it definitely looks like, you know, a couple of shingles have fallen off here and there. It looks like the walls, you know, might require a little bit of carpentry to keep it together. The building's still standing, but it looks like it hasn't been properly maintained in quite a while. What do you do?
Well, I'll actually knock on the door.
You knock on the door. Yep. You wait a moment until the door cracks open. You see an older woman, a woman who doesn't entirely resemble, like it's a different woman altogether, but you can't help but see the face of your mother before her transformation, shall we say, Ember. Sort of elderly woman, a shawl, a little bit, doesn't look to be in the best of health, but doesn't look to be sickly either.
Miss Stosk?
Hello?
Would you be Miss Lorley Stosk?
Yes, that's me, dear. What can I do for you?
My name's Ember, and I'd like to ask you some questions about Tamlin and Jasmine.
Make me a persuasion check. Good thing we got the warlock at the front. That's a big question.
That'll be a 27.
She looks at you, and you see sort of her eyes sort of have that recall about them. That's surprised, sad recall at the sound of those names. And goes, "Are you by chance friends with Balthazar?"
My companion is. I've only met him once.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
he's such a lovely young man. He came asking about them too some time ago. There's quite a lot of you. Is everything okay?
I think that it is. I think that there is something that we can do to help Jasmine. I don't think she's at rest.
Oh, goodness me. Well, you better all come inside then, and I'll put kettle on the fire. Come on, come inside then. She closes the door, and she fully unlocks it and allows you all to come inside. Says, "Oh, please, come inside." And she, very much like someone who desires company but doesn't get it very much, shows you all into her living room. The furniture is old, but it has a couple patches sewn into them, but is functional. And she, a little fire is going, and she gestures. She says, "Oh, please, everybody, get some seats, and I'm gonna put a kettle on." Uh, and she'll fuss over you guys a little bit. She'll pour some water. She'll put the kettle on the fire, and she's gonna put out a little plate of biscuits. They look to be like cheap biscuits from around the corner. Not stale by any means, but you can tell this woman is she's having a little bit of a rough go at it. She closes the door, of course. And as she's doing all of this, she'll speak and she'll say, "Oh my goodness, it's how many times you hear it since everything happened all those years ago. It's still so strange, and just to hear their names again. It's like it's sad, but it's also kind of comforting. It's like they're still here making trouble." Well, you say Jasmine's not at rest. Well, whatever do you mean?
Well, I will get to that. Can you tell me a little bit about Tamlin and Jasmine? I couldn't find out. Did they ever actually get married?
Oh, they were going to get married, those two. They were so in love. You see, it's very difficult for half-elves. They're so rarely, they're from two different worlds, but not a part of either, unfortunately. The elves don't look too kindly on half-elves, and we humans are not really quite sure what to do with them, if you understand. But the two of them found each other, and they're a similar age, and there's both half-elves, and they fell in love, and it was such a good match. Jasmine was such a sweet girl. She would always she'd pick flowers for Tamlin, and some of his friends used to make fun of him for it, being a young lad receiving flowers, but he loved her, and the two of them. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't miss them. Jasmine became like my own daughter eventually, and they would say they were going to get wed under the tree that they met some ways north of Westron on the road to the mines, to the Bramblewood. Tamlin went out hunting, and as I hear it, Jasmine got lost in the woods, and the two of them met when they were very young, and they kept seeing each other, and the friendship turned to romance. You know how it is with young love. But Tamlin was a good boy. He took care of his friends, and he wanted so much to support Jasmine, and he knew a hunter's life just wouldn't cut it, and he was applying to get into Westhold Academy. Could you believe it? I told the boy that he didn't come from scholarly stock, but he didn't care, and he kept on trying, and maybe he would have one day. Maybe he would have got in one day, but Umbrisil, the black dragon came, and well, things got so bleak. Tamlin's father died when the dragon came, and the Goliaths, and me and Tamlin and Jasmine hid, and we hid in the temple of Evandra. Not Evandra. So silly me. The Lawbearer. Excuse me. We hid in the temple there for that time, and hid and hoped the storm would pass. And then Vox Machina came. It was very exciting. And some of us managed to get out of the city, thanks to this little gnome fellow. And Tamlin told Jasmine to wait by the tree. I never saw either of them again.
Do you know what became of Tamlin? I took the liberty of looking in the Hall of Records, and I just see sorry to say, the death certificate, but did anybody ever find out what happened, or was he just presumed one of many who went missing?
Yes, he went to go fight. That's he told me this fellow with a miraculously known name I certainly can't remember after all of these years. I came up with this great plan to defeat the dragon, and you should have seen Tamlin, and with all the Goliaths now on our side, he was so full of hope and valor, and he wanted to protect me and Jasmine from the dragon, so there was no dissuading him. He decided to go fight. And well,
I understand.
there was not enough of him to recover. There was not enough to bury.
I'm terribly sorry.
It's all right. That's all right. He was a brave lad, and he saved Western in his small way.
Well, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about Jasmine's story, and it's equally tragic.
Oh, I know what happened to Jasmine. I mean, it sounds like there's more to the story than I know, but, well, once everything calmed down a little bit and Vox Machina went on their way, I recalled that Jasmine would be waiting by the tree, and we went out looking for her, and, well, we found her, but she wasn't. I think you understand.
Well, I have every reason to believe that her spirit lingers. It hasn't moved on.
She quite literally grabs her pearls.
And the grief and the longing, I think, is what has her bound up there.
She's still at the tree?
Yes.
Oh.
I have a thought, and I don't know if it's a good one. I'm not a spiritual man necessarily, but I get a feeling about things, and my thought is I have a friend who can perform a wedding.
A wedding?
And if I can get an idea of what Tamlin looked like, I'm hoping that perhaps we can provide a semblance of that for Jasmine's spirit, and that would allow her to let that grief go, and she might be able to pass on to whatever is next for her.
My goodness, she sort of looks around the room. She definitely locks onto you, Finch, in your holy regalia, shall we say. And she goes, "Excuse me, Sir Knight, are you a holy person?"
I am.
Sort of like looks between Ember and you and says, well, what do you think then about this? You agree that some sort of marriage will solve it?
I think that it's worth a shot. From what we know and what we understand, you know, their love transcends, and I feel like that is a part of their bond that's been missing. And I feel like if we're able to write something that never happened, something that they were so invested in, something that meant so much to them that maybe we can resolve, what we've observed in terms of the unrest.
If you could make a persuasion check, Finch, and I will give you advantage because of Ember's just be an Ember.
Ember just be an Ember.
Being the excellent negotiator that he is.
Okay. 15.
15? She goes, I don't understand undeath or the worlds beyond or anything like that. I go to the temple of the lawbearer once a week ever since everything happened, but I don't know much. If you think this will work, if there's anything else I can do, I left Tamlin's room just the way he left it. And if I could help in any way, I would do anything to help poor Jasmine.
Do you happen to know if there were any meaningful like charms between them, like rings or a locket, anything that we could use to help anchor the ceremony? Do you happen to know?
Maybe he got the wedding rings.
If he did, I never saw them. You're more than welcome to see through his belongings in his room if you like.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
And Ember will turn to Fitch and Yvain. If you two want to look in his room, let me work with Lorelei and let me see if, much like we did for Easton's contact, is the person that he's looking for. Mm-hmm. See if I can't help generate a semblance that we can try to get close to.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. And then I'll look at her and I'll just say, like, ma'am, could you lead us to his room if you don't mind?
Yes, we're up this way. She puts her teacup down. She's by now served you all tea and everything, and she puts her teacup down, which she hasn't been drinking since the prospect of Jasmine not having moved on was brought up. And she shows you all up some rickety stairs that sort of creak and crack as she makes her way up. And you guys come to a door that and she produces like a little key from one of her pockets. She goes, I only come in here every now and then to remember. And she unlocks the door and opens it. And inside you see a young man's room. You see a room with no weapons or armor or anything. You don't suspect that this individual had the money to afford such items. But you do see that there's a small pile of books, look to be meant for a novice scholar to study. There's a desk, some candles, one of which is burned pretty much down to the bottom, and there's a little unfortunate pile of wax at the bottom. This person spent many nights reading, it seems. There is a wardrobe. The room is neatly kept. The bed is made. It is a single bed in the corner of the room. There's a number of nooks and crannies in here and a small rug. Lots of greens and blues. And you do indeed see a small but somewhat cheap portraiture. It's only about this big. It looks like it was probably made by some street artist. You see a beautiful young half-elf woman hung on the wall. The likeness you have seen before in graver circumstances.
And I'll just turn to her and I'll just say, ma'am, would you mind if we just took a look around? We'll be the utmost respectful.
By all means, by all means.
And as we walk into the room, I'll gently put my hand on her shoulder, just reassuring as we make our way into the doorway.
She does watch as you guys go about, and as you open the cabinet, she'll remark about his clothes, or as you go to the desk, she'll say, "Oh, those are the books from the West Hall Academy. They loaned him," and she'll just sort of remark on every little thing you look through as you go through things. But she lets you look. Why don't you make me an investigation check to see if you can find anything?
Let's see here. 14.
14. You go looking around. You're moving around. The floorboards are a little creaky, a little too creaky. And you see under the bed, there's a little. You step back. You kind of pick this floorboard up, and to the surprise of Lorelei, and you produce this tiny little box, only about this big, made of wood. And you put it on the bed. She definitely sort of approaches and looks with curiosity. And as you open it, you see inside there is a ring and a note.
I'll pick it up and I'll just like very gently, like I'll show it to her, so like she can see like what we're doing. And I'll say, would you mind if I open this? And like I'll like gesticulate to the note.
She sort of looks a little uncertain. She thinks.
And I'll offer it to her if she wants to open it instead.
You offer to her, and she almost retracts a little bit. She goes, "No, you read it. You read it, please."
Okay.
But she does take the ring very, like, with a slightly trembling hand, takes the ring and looks at it with like, oh, and just like a little sadness there. And you open the note.
Okay.
And it's gonna read as the following. "My dearest Jasmine, I told you not to look through my things. I wanted to wait until I had gotten into West Hall Academy, so I knew that I could support you well and give you the life that you deserve. But since you found it, I'm putting this here just in case to tell you and ask you that I want to be your husband and I want you to be my wife. Will you marry me?" With a little yes box and a no box.
Yes.
Finch is like, yes, a million times yes.
Yes, a million times yes.
Yes, Tamlin, I will.
And then I come back to my body. So I'll read the note out loud, and then I will.
Lorelei is beside herself. She holds the ring in her hand tightly to her chest, and she actually kind of looks for comfort in you, Ember. Maybe just sort of just kind of as you've been talking to her, and she just requires someone in this moment. She kind of you find yourself in that moment of I oughta, and maybe just put an arm around her, and she just kind of weeps a little quietly.
And I'll gently take the note and fold it back up and put it back in its place. And I'll turn to her and I'll say, would you mind if we were to take both the note and the ring and bring it to the place where it sounds like they were to meet, to be wed, and use it to hopefully bring some comfort and some peace to what we believe is a restless spirit?
Oh, of course, if you think it'll bring Jasmine peace. It may sound like a silly request, but maybe I could help somehow. Jasmine was like a daughter to me. Maybe I could go if you think it's not too dangerous. You probably don't want no woman to be bathed. I understand, but
no, it has nothing to do with you being there. I'm mainly just concerned for your safety. My compatriots and I ventured out into the woods not too long ago and did encounter such a spirit, and it was almost too much for us, and I would truly hate if something grave were to happen to you. So it has nothing to do with us not wanting your presence. I'm mostly concerned for your
Oh.
safety.
You're very kind, Sir Knight, but I'm an old woman. I don't have many years left. If I could spend what time I have left to making sure Jasmine can move on in peace, I'd happily go with. But I also understand if you don't want to bring me along. I'm an old. I don't travel too well, but I'll help if you want.
Okay. I have no problem bringing you along as long as you understand. It has, like I said, nothing to do with your ability to travel. I'm sure you get around just fine. Like I said, I'm just concerned about your safety, but if you're understanding the danger that could be present, I don't mind bringing you along, especially if you feel like you could maybe reach this spirit in a way that we couldn't, because we don't have that connection to her, and maybe she'll listen to you.
If you think so, if that really is Jasmine, I don't think she'd hurt me out. She was like my daughter. But I trust your judgment. Good night. Whatever you think is the best thing for it. Whatever I can do to help, or whether it's stay here or go.
I think I'll look at Yvain and just kind of see like what their perspective is, because like I said, I'm definitely reading on the fence, because I want to be respectful to her, but at the same time, I think I'm just very concerned about bringing her along for her safety. But it sounds like she disregards her own safety, so
At least cares more for.
yeah.
I'll throw that in there. She goes, do you have children?
I don't.
Do any of you have children?
I don't think so.
No, ma'am.
Then perhaps it's difficult to explain, but well, Jasmine was like a daughter to me, and a parent would do anything for their child, even if it meant risking their own safety. You maybe can't understand that, but if you had children, you would.
Right.
Jewel just kind of looks away, just thinking of what happened with her dad.
Yeah.
Everyone has the right to choose.
And I'll take her hand just very gently, and I'll just say, I respect that. And as long as you understand, then we're happy to bring you along.
Let me go get some things. We're gonna.
Take your time.
We don't want anyone to get peckish on the road, and she's gonna hobble off, and she's gonna go pull a Howl's Moving Castle and get a shawl on, a little pack with a.
And we are patient. And we are so patient.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
sure.
she takes like a half an hour.
There.
Oh yeah, she takes like a half an hour getting ready, and she says, "Oh, just another minute more." And yeah, she comes out. It is fall, so it is a little chilly. So she comes out with a shawl and a scarf and a hood and a basket, and she gets herself ready for travel as best she can.
Adorable.
And yes, you may. You can take the box if you wish, Finch. You can add Tamlin's box to your inventory.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do at the Stosk home?
While she's getting ready,
yes,
I want to take a pretty good look over Tamlin's clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to work with minor illusion to try to build out Tamlin's face.
It is difficult. You don't have, you know that he's a half elf, but you don't have much more reference than that about stuff.
Well, I'm gonna look at his mom and kind of try to work back from where she is to a younger version of her, and then try to put some more masculine features onto it, and try to guide it that way. That's
Yeah.
the best I can think of.
Yeah, you end up making a face that you think is, it's difficult when you can't see the face. What you got is like the mom and the half elf, and you work your best to try and make a sort of younger, more masculine, maybe even more attractive face, and you make one, and you hope that it will resemble. And with that, Lorelei Stosk has joined your party. She brought a frying pan, don't worry.
A couple of things.
Yes.
Very quickly, or I can do this while she's doing that. I would like to druid craft the weather.
Yeah. Sure. It's to be sunny for the rest of the day and sunny for tomorrow.
All right. So.
Well, sunny. It's
also,
autumn, so it's good. There's a nip in the air, but
that's what I wanted to check. Am I starting to think like, oh, we should go get cold weather gear so we don't die? Are we there
I mean,
yet?
like, you don't think it's gonna blizzard tomorrow by any means. You'd be very surprised if it did. Like the leaves are turning, like the reds and yellows are beginning to show in the trees, but you think you're probably like a couple weeks to a month out before you guys really have to start worrying about the cold. Yeah.
I'll just make a quick note. Ember, probably in the next few weeks, couple weeks, we should invest in cold weather gear.
Yeah. Like you're at that phase in autumn where like you hadn't really noticed through the temperature that it's autumn, but you hadn't noticed through the trees. And now the wind is starting to tell just a little bit. So you guys are quite a ways out before like cold's becoming a real concern. Yeah, but it's on the way. Okay. Lorelei Stosk is with you guys. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Back to the inn to find Zarvolg, and I guess what time of day is it?
The afternoon. It's the afternoon.
While they're going back to the inn,
I would say midday. Midday. Yeah, go ahead.
Could I please go to? I guess I would. I guess my question is above the table. Like, would I know where to, like a regent's merchant to get powdered silver?
For the sake of the ceremony spell, like
Yes.
I think it happens enough that you could definitely go to Bahamut's Rest and be pretty secure that you could purchase it there.
Okay, then I would like to do that.
Okay. Yeah, you can go there. They definitely have a small stockpile of it, as this is where ceremony takes place, and they require that material. So you can up, and being a devoted paladin, they'd be happy to sell it to you. So you can go ahead and purchase as much as you like.
Can I buy enough to perform 2 ceremonies for now?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Just mark off the gold. Ironically. Okay. You guys pick up Zarvolg. Easton, were you heading back to the inn?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So in that little time, Zarvolg, you're there. Easton bumps in. Is there anything you two wanted to do or talk about before the rest of the party shows up?
Oh. Keep going.
Yeah, it's going.
What, where are the rest of them?
We went separate ways, but they
Not interested in public records.
we separated around then, but we found a few things. I believe Ember and Elaine both had something. Sorry, it's I sleep. And how'd camping go?
Oh, fine. I slept well. Tried to check on the wizard again, but no one's answering the tower door.
Seems to be more maybe they're avoiding the city as well.
Where did where'd the rest of them go then? Are they still doing records?
No, aren't we
You're not there yet.
going back here?
You're not there yet.
Okay.
I apologize, but I didn't quite catch it. It was in transition, you know. My head was where I was going after we left records, but I believe they were going to go look for more specifics.
Oh, all right. So just wondering about the city then. Well, pull up a chair and have a drink and something to eat, I suppose, until they get here.
That's a good idea. And I sit down for a little bit and kind of like stare at the fireplace. Definitely not giving off the best of vibes to Zarvog right now. Like
Sure,
this
he
dude
doesn't even know what the best of vibes look like.
I feel like Zarvog just scratches himself a little bit.
Right, he's probably quite itchy since he never bathes.
Two very smelly travelers sit together by the fire.
That's what Blanca's idle animation is. That's what I thought of Zarvog.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's it until they get here. Well, I'll keep feeding Fen scraps.
Yeah.
Ben happily eats up those scraps, looking as intimidating as ever. And sure enough, you guys see Jewel of Twilight, Finch, Ember, Yvain, and a grandma enter into the tavern together.
And Starbuck just kind of looks over and he's like, "Oh, come on."
Hello. Are these more of your friends that you told me about?
Jewel offers Granny her chair,
Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you.
and
She
then
says-
just kind of leans against the wall nearby, or sits at the bar, or whatever, and just kind of broods.
I love that she has a mini.
Yeah, look at her. She got a little mini. She looks over at Fen and goes, "Oh, look at this! They're just the most precious little Julius. Oh, what happened to you, you poor boy?" And starts scratching Fen's head. And Fen looks utterly perturbed. Has never seen someone this old before, and is like accepts the scratches and is just like almost looking at Zarvog like, "Really? We're really doing this?" Just like that's what Fen's face portrays right now.
What are we doing here? Anybody?
I will introduce her to the rest of our party as Miss Starks, Tamlin's mother.
Oh, you just the most, you, if I might say so, sir, you're quite the intimidating warrior. You're such a, I don't mean to be rude at all, simply mean to say you seem to know what you're doing, sir.
Obviously, he gets much bigger in his chair. Puts his
Man,
shoulders
look,
back.
you a strong young man.
Thank you. She doesn't seem so bad.
Oh, thank you for saying so, Master Hobgoblin.
You knew I was a
Em-
hobgoblin.
Ember is going to take a seat kind of behind Zarvog's line of sight. Mostly so I can continually cast and recast prestidigitation. I'm going to clean Zarvog.
Clean him up.
De-soil it.
Yeah,
smell a
I'll
little
tell you
bit
what.
better.
Make me a stealth check, Ember. See if you can stealthily clean Zarvog. Wash on, wash off.
8.
8. Zarvog, you're puffing your chest out. This, this lady is stoking your ego a little bit. It feels good, and you realize something else feels kind of good on your back, like you're being rubbed a little bit. And you turn around, you see the mud patch on your back sort of dissolving, and you look up and see Ember like casting a spell on you.
So, well, normally he probably wouldn't be as inviting to that, but since he's in the process of being complimented, it doesn't occur to him that it's not a good thing to be a little bit cleaner. So he's like, okay.
This is a man who knows the road. It seems we're going to be In good hands.
So this is
She looks over at you, Easton, and goes, "My young man, whatever happened to you? Your poor face. Oh my goodness, that sounded so rude. I'm so terribly sorry. I didn't mean that in a poor way. I'm so terribly. I've rather made a fool of myself, haven't I?"
Yeah. And I look at the rest of the party, kind of like just zoning back in and being like, who's grandmother?
It's fine. He knows what he looks like.
He hasn't been sleeping well.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been having terrible nightmares too. Everyone has. This is the least I could. Here, I've got something in my basket. I think you might like. And she starts going through, and she produces for you. What is it? Basically like a cherry Danish.
Yes.
She basically produces like a little cherry Danish from her basket, and she hands you one. She goes, "Here you are, lad. I'll cook them yesterday. I hope you like it. Maybe smooth things over."
Nice hoodie you're wearing.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. It's my shawl. Got it from my late husband.
I take a bite of the cheese Danish. Hopefully that'll like even these
It's
nightmares. Cheese
It's
Danish
good.
has to hit the spot. Yeah,
It's good, man. It's pretty good
Okay, yeah,
Danish.
we're
I mean, it's
gonna-
not fresh out of the oven or anything, but
We're
it hits
coming
the
back.
spot. Hits the
Yeah,
spot.
we're coming back. Vengeance and Dream can wait. We've got a fully loaded grandma here.
You got a fully loaded grandma.
Zarvog's kind of trying to talk under his breath to whoever's closest, and he's like,
Is she coming with us?
Yes.
Are we staying for a little drink? Is this part of the adventuring? Is this sort of a adventuring ritual? I've never met adventurers before. Are we supposed to drink now or some such? I don't have an excellent constitution. I might have to just
one small one for the road.
yeah. Maybe just a tiny nip, just for the sake of being a good spirit. I wouldn't want to ruin all of your luck.
Absolutely.
Just a tiny little, just a sip.
For medicinal purposes.
But they say it's good to just have a little bit every day. If you guys buy a round of ales, everybody can go ahead and mark off 4 copper. She'll buy an ale, but she will quite literally have like a small sip of it, and that's it. And she'll go, "Oh, I haven't been in a tavern in quite a few years. I haven't had an ale in even longer. My goodness!" And she sips it. She goes off with this. But she definitely doesn't drink more than that. She has like a little sip, and she goes, "I hope that will be enough for the change bringer."
DM.
Yeah.
About halfway through my cheese Danish, can I take a look at the grandma and give her a perception check with Hunter's Bane?
Oh.
Just because
Sure, what are you looking for?
I've been told there's monsters in this city, and like
That's true.
too sweet.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, maybe an insight check to see if there's anything suspicious about her behavior, the way she is. That's funny.
Hey man, Snow White trusted the grandma.
You're right.
That is a 20, dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Man, this lady ain't got a mean bone in her body. You don't think she's a monster.
I felt so bad. Just like
No, I know. I was like, the fuck, man? She's giving you she's Danish and you're insight checking her? No, it's all good. You're right. You did just get told there's monsters everywhere. No, you'd be very there's nothing deceptive about her behavior. You'd be surprised if she knows all the swear words, you know? So I gotta say, I love that everybody's loving having like an old lady along with like snacks. I love that everybody's eating this up, literally. She goes, so with that, you guys have fed her a little bit of ale. You guys have all had an ale yourselves. I would say the horses are packed up and ready to go. She's more than happy to sort of ride on the back of one of them, and you guys can all begin heading back to that fateful spot if you so please.
She can ride with me.
She'll ride with you, and she'll be quite comfortable to do so, having Seemed to be a woman of some faith. Maybe not in the Platinum Dragon, but
That's
nonetheless,
okay. Faith is faith.
faith is faith.
Fancy
And with
mounting maneuver.
Ember's gonna ride beside Finch.
Okay.
So I can have a conversation with her and Lorelei.
Yeah. She
all at
produces
the
a
same
dagger
time.
and stabs Finch in the back and says, "Law bear forever."
Fuck your god! Stabs me in
The
the neck.
Platinum Dragon, Law bear is the best. No.
Instant dies.
Yeah, Finch is like true and dies.
That's so real.
Shit, are we gonna have another crusade? No.
Finch dies in Oathbreaker, and that's the campaign.
Yeah, that becomes an Oathbreaker. No. Yeah, and Ember, you can chat, and as you guys ride up the road, we'll go to break. We'll go to break.
Okay.
I will say that there isn't going to be any troubles between here and that tree, but any discussions or conversations you want to have, we can do after the break. So we'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Task.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Hell yeah.
way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Ember.
Okay. You guys travel up the way. It's a little bit of a hike to get there, but on horseback a little bit faster than the normal man. Takes you guys about 3 hours, I believe, to get there. The woman, Lorelei, doesn't complain too much, but she does shuffle around behind you, fidget a little uncomfortable here and there, but she endures, she deals, she's fine. But as you travel up the way, your merry band of 7 people and the most ferocious dog of death that ever did live make their way up the road without much issue. Lorelei talking all the way. She's going, "So tell me about adventuring. It sounds like a very interesting." And she'll just sort of talk your ear off a little, Finch, and you as well, Ember. And then there was the war, and we'll just sort of to the point where you're like, "Oh God, Lorelei, you're so social." And that goes on and then you guys come to the dark Bramblewood where the mist does rise high and Lorelei goes quiet as it is very spooky. She realizes her little adventure is coming to its pinnacle quite soon. And as you're making your way and you come close to those crossroads, you hear a voice ring out up the road. It says, "Halt your horses!" As you look up the road, you see a rather imposing but well-dressed Goliath with a rather large amulet around his neck on his chest and a wand at his side. He says, "Halt, I say!" Do you halt?
No, I'm going to dash into these woodsy areas here.
You jump off your horse and dash in
Not
there?
actually dash, but yeah, jump off my horse and run into the wood with Fen.
Okay. You dash off.
I'm looking for some cover and a line of sight.
I understand. We'll come back to you. He sees this, and he sort of looks around with a scowl on his face. He says, "Is there one amongst you who goes by the name Ember?" You silenced yourself, if that's you.
Absolutely, that would be me.
Call back
may
your
I help
ally
you?
and me and you can speak. We have business to tend to.
Very well. I'll ride forward.
You ride forward. He definitely looks nervous, though still quite imposing. Looking around the tree line. I'd like a stealth check, Zarval, for you and Fen.
Yep.
Like there, Ember? Not good for you?
Yeah, that works.
Sure.
I got a 16 and Fen got a 14.
You guys charge into the woods. You see, as Ember rides forth, this imposing Goliath individual, like, keeps his eye on the woods, and as you're going, he's got your number. He's got his eyes locked on you. You get the sense that your stealth didn't beat out his ability to see you, despite the darkness of the wood and the obfuscation. And he goes, "Me and you are in a competition of sorts, Ember. You're working for that ginger fellow, but I've got this to tell you. I'm going to be the one who solves the dream mystery, and not you, and I'm going to get the reward at the end. So, I challenge you to a magical duel."
Can we do this after I take care of the problem that I'm here to take care of? I will happily entertain you later.
Can I hunter's mark this guy?
You cast an incantation.
26.
What'd you get, Ember? 26?
26.
Yeah. You cast a spell at this guy. His head steers towards you, Zarvolg, and he points his wand at you. And he says, yeah, we could do this later. Come alone. And he'll give you, like, I don't know, a street. Oh, no, I'm going to give you somewhere cool to meet. I know where you're going to meet. He says, yeah, meet me at the Underwalk Ward tonight. And come alone. And as he does so, he points his wand at his foot, and a giant orb of darkness will appear around him. And after a couple of seconds, the darkness will fade and he will be gone.
Oh, trick.
It's always about the drama.
All right, I'll get back on my steed.
Lorley goes, that was exciting. That was just about the most exciting thing I've ever seen.
Zarvolg winks at Lorelei and says, "We're very popular around here."
Oh my goodness. And it's just like the fairy. It's just like the storybooks. Lorley ate that whole fucking thing up. And you guys ride forth just a little ways longer to get to where you parked your horses before. This time you'll do it in the actual parking lot. You won't get any horse tickets. But
I like it.
yeah.
The horsey lane.
Yeah, you guys park in the horsey lane, so you're not going to get any parking tickets this time around. And you all kind of get off your horses and prepare to make your way into the clearing.
I do it the same way as last time.
Yeah, you wanna
Through the brush parallel.
Yeah, brush parallel, and Lorelei would go, oh, there he goes. He's so quite the stealthy fellow. What was that?
Jewel? I have a question for Jewel.
Oh, yes. Yeah, go for it.
What is it?
Can you project a voice? I once saw a performer who had a little doll thing, and it was like terribly sarcastic and a little bit creepy.
I've never
and
tried.
he would talk, and he would like work the mouth, and it would look like the doll is talking, and then they talk back and forth to one another, and it was kind of entertaining but a little creepy all at the same time.
I
didn't know if that was inside of your repertoire.
I've never tried. I could try, but I don't know how good I would be. I guess I'd have to do a performance check for that, eh?
Yeah, when the time comes, I would say either a deception or performance. I like to try and give 2 options.
Okay.
So just to clarify, are we going to try to let her mother-in-law speak first, or are we going to try to go in with
Oh,
Tamlin first? I'm so sorry.
absolutely.
All right, okay, cool.
What
I don't
what
want to muck it up.
what I'm going to be doing is I took a look at Tamlin's wardrobe, and I have kind of a semblance. I'm going to put that over me, straight up over me. But I'm going to be too busy making that a reoccurring arrangement.
I see.
So if we need that stand-in, I'm going to walk with Lorelei on my arm. I'm going to let her do the talking. If we get a non creepy screaming situation, then Finch can do their thing. I'll go through the motions, but if I've got to speak, I need a voice that I can't be busy doing other stuff over behind the semblance.
How would I know what to say?
So I just want to put it out there. So you're Ember, you're using minor illusion. It sounds like probably.
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe minor illusion makes a single static image that you can change on command, or does it allow you to like make it walk?
Well, it's a 5-foot cube.
Yeah.
I have disguised self. I could look like him if I knew what he looked like.
That's a better option.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, that would definitely be the better option because I believe minor illusion is meant to be either a sound or static, or a static image.
It's still detectable, like with the right.
I'm not worried about it being detectable. This
Okay.
is a placeholder.
He wants to comfort it.
I can do it. Can you show me Ember? Can you show me an image of what you want it to look like?
Because there's his face, and this is what wardrobe we saw in his place. I now have eidetic memory, so that makes it somewhat easier.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I'll disguise self that when we're ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Disguise. I think the idea of a minor illusion is that it creates like an image as opposed to like a movie, so to speak. But yes, the disguise self will absolutely work to create the image that Ember wishes to produce. But yeah, then Zarvolg, you take off into the woods. It sounds like.
Yeah, until I guess if we've discussed this plan, then once we're sure that the clearing's clear, I'll meet up with Lorelei and walk her in, I guess, as Tamlin.
Okay. You get there. Lorelei's definitely got her arm sort of like laced in yours, Finch, very much sort of like clinging to you for protection.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely looks nervous. The Bramblewood's a very spooky place. Yeah, Zarvolg, you go running in. Make me I want you to make me a stealth check for you and Fen, and then I want you to make me a perception check.
And before they all go in, I think I'm going to prep Zarvolg a little bit in regards to like the fact that like we found this ring, and that if we're going to move forward with like a wedding ceremony, like I may present it, and like just for him to just follow along. Just this way, it feels a little bit more smooth versus just like a we all don't know what's going on thing.
Sure. Thank you. All right, I got an 18 and Fen got a 19 in stealth.
Okay, yep. Very stealthy, very good. Now maybe a perception check to see if it's clear.
15.
15.
Oh wait, I have advantage. Hold on.
Right. I don't remember why, but
20,
yeah.
22.
Nice. You come into the clearing. You guys burn the bodies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys, you come into the clearing, you look around. It looks as you left it. Everything looks clear. You don't see any sign of enemies. No wolves prowling about. The Bramblewood's the Bramblewood, so there's always that like, there's always something in the trees, something ominous, sort of making its way. Some animal, some creature, some monster maybe. But you guys make your way through, and it seems to be pretty clear. And your stealth bypasses that, and you return to the crew. All right. So is the whole party going in with Laura Lee, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay towards the back once we get in there, close to the group, but just like in the back line, and just keeping all my focus on the wife. Just
All right. Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we do a marching order? So we got Easton at the back.
You would like to stay towards the back.
Yep, Yvain will stay towards the back in front of Easton.
I think I would follow behind wherever like Lorelei is, and I guess Zarvolg in disguise, but like following from a distance, because like I don't want to cause like any kind of like immediate alert. Like I want Jasmine's focus to be on her, future mother-in-law, and then what we are trying to persuade her is her paramour.
Got it. So Zarvolg, it sounds like, is at the front with Lauralee.
Yeah, and we'll send Fen back toward the back with the two in the back, just so he's not causing any alarm.
Got it. What about Ember and Jewel?
I'll walk with Finch.
I'll
Okay,
stay in the middle with my lute out in case they need some musical accompaniment for a
Fair
wedding.
enough. Just in case they need some tunes, I'll be in the middle. Fantastic. All right, you guys make your way in. Lauralee is very much bids you kind of describe what's happening to Finch, and you hand him off to Zarvolg, and Zarvolg, you transform at Ember's behest. I'll say, like, as you guys are talking, maybe Lauralee will, like, you can tell Lauralee's a little uncomfortable with, like, I don't know, like, it's a little weird, right? Her son, some stranger transforming into her son. It's a little strange.
Son. Yeah.
Her dead son. So she's a little uncomfortable, but nonetheless, she gives a couple of pointers where she goes, "Oh, he had blue eyes," and she'll just give like little notes here and there, and then you sort of transform, and she definitely has like a whole moment about it.
It'll be fine.
And then Zarvolg's voice comes out of Tamlin's mouth.
God.
She's like,
Jesus Christ.
And she has a heart attack and faints and dies. No, I'm kidding.
Full exorcist moment, and she passes away. Great.
No. But she's definitely shocked. Then kind of goes, "Oh my, you okay?" And she'll sort of nervously take Zarvolg's arm and kind of like look up at him with big, wide, like, very much like a person who has seen a ghost. Very much like she's looking at the face of a ghost. You get the sense that, like, it's not a perfect representation of the boy who died more than 20 years ago, but it's close enough to give her a shock, which is a good sign, I guess. Mm-hmm. And yeah, she kind of takes your arm, Zarvolg, as you sort of lead her through the wood. She makes her way through. She clings to you tightly. Definitely, you could feel her fear. It's palpable. And you guys make your way into the clearing. You come into the clearing, and what do you do? What's the plan?
What is the plan?
Maybe we should
approach where we
get gentle light, like not a harsh light like I was talking about earlier, but something softer like what Finch has done before. And maybe we maybe call out to her.
Yeah, we can.
Wow, hold on, wrong dialect. Sorry.
Who the fuck are you?
I was about to say, I was like, man.
Imposter.
I'm so sorry.
Doppelganger.
I'm so sorry. My dialects. I don't know what happened. I'm
Charlatan.
So
Burner. A mistake. Witch.
She's a witch.
She's a witch. Oh boy.
All day.
Happens to all of us.
Zarvog's like, I've been waiting for this.
I'm waiting for this.
I told you she was a witch.
I told you she was a witch burner. I know the BB is. Okay, you guys. So
Yeah, you mean.
Zarvolg and Loreley are walking into the clearing. Is everybody walking the clearing? What's the plan?
I think I would be, if I'm following behind them, I think I'm just gonna like kind of hold at the tree line again, because like not trying to cause a disturbance. Like I want it to feel as natural as possible and like try and win Jasmine over without causing an issue.
I have a better idea.
Go for it.
Jasmine, or Jewel. Sorry, J names. Do you know above table? Is there a common wedding march?
I imagine there would be in Western. I mean,
Make me a history check. This is certainly what a bard would know. Stories and tales.
16 plus.
Yeah.
History, you said?
Heck yeah.
18.
Yeah, you've been studying at the College of the Savvy, and in one of your lessons you learned of a fairly famous wedding song that it's gone out of style lately, but it was very popular back around Vox Machina's time, about 20, 30 years ago. It was very popular. They don't have like a da 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 da, like that's pretty. That's not a thing that we. That's boring. That's fucking losers.
Fuck that, man.
Fuck that. But you know the song that would be played now and the song that would have been played then.
Play that, please.
Yes,
Finch?
I can play that.
Let them get a little bit in front of you, then follow out behind them in timing with whatever Jewel is playing. I'm going to little tiny bits of I can do this with produce flame. Little like candle wicks of light on some of the tall pieces of grass, just so there's like a little processional bit of lights.
Like a little candle.
This is so magical.
You guys go into the creepiest woods of them all, and you guys are gonna have a little creepy goth wedding. Tim Burton would be proud. And yeah, you know what? We gotta set it up. It's all good. Where are you? There we go. Little like. Sorry, I'm just playing with my action figures.
That's okay.
Let's see if we can put on a little. We like those ghastly grounds, but let's see if we've got a little. Let's see if we've got something that resembles a wedding on my list here. How about the temple one, maybe? It's a little mighty, but yeah, sure, it'll do. It's kind of creepy. I don't know. It fits. I think it fits.
I feel like it fits. Yeah, for sure.
It fits. You start playing this song, Jewel. The little fires are lit up, and not Tamlin and Loreley begin walking down the proverbial aisle. She goes, am I supposed to be giving you away? Is that what you said? Is that what's going on? Is that the idea?
I don't know.
I did. Oh my goodness. She starts to like get all weepy. She's like, oh. And you can see this is like, I don't know, she's getting a little caught up in it. And
don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm sorry, I just miss my voice so much. And she gets a little weepy. And you get to the end of the train there with the song playing and everything. And out from the ground before you, there's like a wash of spindly white in every direction that sort of begins to curl up and move upward as you see the form of the ghost that is the Bramblewood maiden ascend from her disincorporated form from the ground and arise before the two of you. She doesn't even see, to the best of your ability. You don't even. It seems as if she doesn't even notice Lorley standing there as she's staring squarely at you, Zarvolg. She floats there, entirely consumed by you. And she looks down at you, and again, her face is almost like spindly and stretched in that horrible look with the long spindly hair and the wisps of white dress. And she looks, and her voice sort of rings out across and around the clearing, and she says, "You left me standing here. You would impersonate the man who left me here. You!" She extends her finger, and she's all enraged, and her hair widens out. She says, "This man who claimed to love me, and now you'd trick me with illusions. How dare you!" And as she growls, you see emerging from the tree line about 24 specters from every part of the tree line, and from the big tree itself, the spirits of enraged dead adventurers, men mostly with sort of ghostly swords. And she goes, and she points her finger, and all the specters begin to descend on you, specifically Zarvolg. And in that moment, Lorley shrieks and screams like Bloody Mary, just like falls to the ground in terror and like screams, to which the ghost's head turns and sees Lorley. Her eyes go wide, and she swings her arm, and just as the blades are descending upon you, Zarvolg, the specters disincorporate and vanish around you. Literally, blades like right here, and then they just vanish.
That's good. That was gonna hurt.
Yeah, that was gonna hurt. Yes, is the answer to that. Lorley's like on the ground, terrified, and you see as the ghost in all of her despair and greatness looks down with wide eyes. Lorley looks up and goes, "Jasmine, is that you?" And all of her hair she's sort of like Evo Galadriel'd in this moment. And that hair sort of falls low, and like the overstretched bulging eyes sort of softens into that more humanoid half-elf face as she continues to float there. And she says, "Lorley, what are you doing here? What are you doing in this place?" Lorley kind of puts a shaky hand out to you, Zarvolg, like wanting to get up. Hopefully help her up.
Yeah, help her up.
Yeah. She stands up and she goes, I heard you hadn't moved on, love. Something was wrong with you. She looks at Lorley, she says, "Of course something is wrong with me. Tamlin left me here. Your son left me here. And I despaired for days. I withered until I could take it no longer." She goes, Is that why you did what you did, Jasmine? You thought he left you?" Jasmine looks down with the ferocious eyes with conviction. Lorley tears. Goes, "No, Jasmine, no, he loved you. You know he loved you." And she goes, "If he loved me, he would not have left me here. He promised. He promised he'd come to me under this tree, and he left me here. There's no. She starts
Can
looking
I?
around.
Yeah, can I start to come from the clearing, like very slowly?
Yeah, sure, very slowly. You come very slowly as you go. Um, Jasmine's eyes lock on you and see sort of like the darkness and the hair beginning to lift again, and Lorelei goes, no, it's all right. It's not. It's okay. Finch, I want you to make a. I just want you to make me a flat charisma check. And I'm going to give you advantage because Lorelei's speaking on your behalf and she carries weight with the spirit.
17.
17. You walk slowly, maybe you even keep your eyes low, the box in hand, weapons away, very passive. And though the spirit of Jasmine keeps ready, you are allowed to approach.
Okay.
With the box, what do you do?
I'm gonna call out to her very gently, and I'm going to say what she speaks is the truth, and we have proof that Tamlin never left you. In fact, he see for yourself. And I will very gently like try and bring the box like in front of myself, and I'll open it so that she can see like the ring and the note together. And I can say, if you'll let me, can I just, this is from him, and I'll grab the note and like hold it in front of her.
She looks into the box at the ring. Still, the eyes don't soften, still ferocious. Perhaps she suspects another trick. But Lorelei says, read the note. Yes, she'll know if she hears the words.
Mm-hmm. And I will slowly I'll keep the box out and I'll try and like undo the note just so she has like something to fixate on, like with the ring. And I'll take the note out and I'll hold it and I will read the passage back that we heard in the house the first time.
You do. The moment you say, dearest Jasmine, immediately that sort of like quells her fury, as if. And then she does sort of like look between the visage that Zarvolg has worn and you, Finch. I want you to make a performance check, Finch, as you read this passage, as you read this letter.
Let's see here. 16 plus 2 is 18.
You read the letter of Tamlin, and you do see as the note goes on this fury that has endured for more than 20 years begins to fade. Her hair lowers, and you see very much her ghostly bansheed figure softens until it almost perfectly, other than the spectralness, almost perfectly resembles the visage of the portrait you saw in Tamlin's room.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to the part where it says, will you marry me? Yes or no? The little yes or no box. She sort of puts a hand to her chest. She says, we would pass notes in school with yes and no's. That was our little secret.
See, he didn't leave you. And I'll like try and just bring the box to her again so that she can like see the ring.
You bring the box to her. She's a spirit and cannot interact with the physical world.
It, yeah.
But you do bring it forth. And she looks into the box and sees the ring. She goes, he did not have the money for this. And Lorelei will say, oh, Jasmine, dear, loved you with all his heart. He would never leave you. He went to fight. I don't think he went to fight for Western. He went to fight for you. Every intention to come to you, love. I loved you like my own daughter. He loved you with his whole heart. And a mother would know. She goes, Tamlin, I thought he left me here. I thought he left me here. You see the almost icy white coloration of her spiritual form begins to sort of soften into a dim blue. You see through the darkness of the Bramblewood, the mists about begin to lessen, and just a bead of sunlight just slowly begins to light through the canopy of the dark brambles. She raises her head up. She closes her eyes and listens. And she looks back to Lorelei, and a spectral tear forms at her eye, and Lorelei looks with understanding and says, go to him. And Jasmine, spirit of Jasmine, looks past all of you, or looks past Lorelei to all of you. She says, fear not. I will haunt these woods no longer. I am so tired. Maybe it's time. It's time to go. She begins to rise into the light until her spectral form sort of vanishes, disappears, and that little speckled teardrop seems to linger in the air and sparkle in the sunlight until that too vanishes. The light seems to fade, and the smoke and smog and mist that haunted this area almost immediately begins to lessen until the glade softens. Still the dark Bramblewood, still haunted by the shadow of the mountain, but the spirit of Jasmine is finally at peace. You hear, you see a black bird fly away from the nearby branch on that tree at the center of the glade. And Lorelei just starts crying, just breaks down to weeping, happy tears, but nonetheless tears. Maybe a bit of both. It's despair, but also relief, in no small part to the Aurora concordant.
I will console her, and I'll take the note and I'll respectfully fold it up, and I'll put it back in the box. I'll close the box, and I'll just kind of grip my hands around it, and then I will go to hand it to her, and I'll return it to her custody, and I'll just say, this belongs to you, and I think that you should hold it close. And I'll give the ring back to her, and I'll just console her while she cries.
She takes the box and she holds it tightly to her chest, and she just cries, and through the crying, directed at whoever's nearby, Finch and Zarvog most prominently, if the party joins, she'll just, between the cries, just, thank you, oh, Brother Golds, thank you. She just puts those in there through the cries, and
I'm going to step back a little bit and take her dead son's face off.
You just step back and sort of, and you're back to Zarvog. Yep, fair enough.
I feel like that's appropriate.
Fair enough.
but I'll let her cry. I feel like, you know, it's been a significant period of time and she's been holding on, like she's also been holding on to that grief, right? Like just above the table, like that she's been on her own. She's had to deal with that. She was completely unaware of like what was happening in these woods, well, that it was connected. So I'll let her cry for as long as she needs to.
Understood. She does. And it goes on for a good 10, 20 minutes, but eventually she stiffens up a little bit better, puts her back up, says, all right. I think it's time. It's time to get home. I'm so tired.
We'll see that you get home. Come on, let's
Thank you, young man. Thank you. If there's anything else you'd like to do?
Can I get a primeval awareness before we start moving?
Yep. For 5 miles, you sense that singular individual that you saw on the road before moving in the direction of Western.
Oh yeah, he's still marked. I got him.
Yeah, you've hunters marked him, so you're especially locked onto him for the next little while.
It looks pretty clear, but like I'm gonna do one last scan just to be sure.
Make me an investigation check. I will give you advantage because this has to do with undead. Other than your party's Zarvolg, you don't sense any other humanoids.
That's 21.
21. You scan here and there. You see the influence on the environment around you. As I said, you still feel the influence of the mountain, Gat Shadow. It still lingers on this wood as a whole. But these grounds themselves, you don't sense the bindings of grief. You don't sense that curse still lingers here. You sense that the spirit indeed has probably moved on.
I will consult the party and I'll just ask if they feel like any further action should be done. Like if I should perform like funeral rites just to like consecrate the ground, spread holy water. Like I'll consult the party for their feedback.
I don't know anything about all that, but we should be moving along as quickly as we can. We should get her out of here.
Okay.
And
If you want, you can make a religion check, Finch, if you want to see if there's any other... if there's anything else you could do to help continually sanctify the grounds.
Okay. Not my strong suit, but we'll see. No. 12.
12. I'll lower the DC if you use a divine sense.
Yeah, sure. Let's go for that. Let me mark that off so I don't do whatever.
No problem. Your divine sense, you do indeed sense that these grounds are no longer desecrated.
Mm-hmm.
You do not sense undead any longer. You would sense that like there's things you could do to consecrate the grounds if you so wanted to, but the grounds are no longer desecrated. This glade has the relevance of any other place in the wood at this time. But if you wanted to be extra sure, holy water is very specific. It's very much like this object is evil. I'll coat it in holy water. Holy water is not so much for like an entire grounds.
Okay.
But as for a sanctuary, you could do a funeral rite if you wished to.
Okay.
If you wish to erect a grave here. But there's no bodies to be turned undead at this point. So you could, if you wish to. It would be a fine safety precaution, but there's also no bodies here to be. It would be ceremonial. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I guess it sounds like by the sense of like what the other party is reading, if they're vocalizing, like you said, if Zarvolg is vocalizing like what he's observing and Easton, I feel like I would feel comfortable enough to leave the grounds as they are, like that there would be no adverse risk to not performing a funeral.
Yeah, and if you return to Bahamut's Rest and say like I'm like 90% sure that everything's taken care of, they can send clerics to follow up and ensure everything's sanctified.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Cool.
That's not to say we can't leave a little something just to honor.
Yeah, I think before we
Fine.
left, I think before we left, I would like touch my holy amulet and like kind of like whisper a prayer in celestial before we left.
I think she would see that, and she would take the box over to the tree,
Mm-hmm.
and I think she's going to produce the ring and put it in her pocket, but she's going to leave the box in the note. She leaves the box open. She leaves the note inside the box, or she'll close the box so it doesn't fly away. And she
Mm-hmm.
leaves the box at the base of the tree. And she'll say her own little thing. She'll say, "May the Raven Queen help you find your spirit, Jasmine. May it bring your spirit to to uh, to my boy. And wherever you end up, may you just be safe and happy and love each other uh and and she'll just say a prayer. She'll say something like she'll say, "Oh, may the Platinum Dragon bless these adventurers who saved my boy's love." And she'll just kind of say a prayer to all the gods. She'll just kind of have a moment there where she'll pray, and she'll leave the box and the note there, and she'll leave it there, put a hand on it, and she'll say, "That's not mine, that's yours." And she'll stand up and she'll walk back with all of you.
And I'll walk with her back, like out of the brush.
You escort her out of the brush, in which the Bramblewood's just a little bit nicer and a little less ominous. You all mount your horses and begin the ride back home. And after 3 hours, poor Lorelei has had such a crazy day. She falls asleep on the back of your horse, sort of her head rested on your shoulders, sort of side mounted. And you very carefully, perhaps if you wish to, ride up to her home.
I would. Yeah.
Help her inside.
Yeah, and as we're leaving, I would express my gratitude towards her again, and I'm going to produce 10 gold, and I'm going to just like palm it to her, and I'm gonna say, I know that this may not be much, but I hope this carries you through to a life that you deserve.
He smiles at you, and she closes your hand around the gold, and she says, "Finch, was it?
That's right now.
You've you've given me more than any amount of gold in the world could have given me. You saved my daughter-in-law. You saved her. You protected her, and you saved her. And no one else, I think, could have. Good night. So thank you. You keep your gold. I'll be okay. I just may your God bless you 100 times."
I appreciate it.
Ryan.
And I'll respectfully take it back if that's what she wishes, and I will leave her comfortably in her home and I'll actually head to Bahamut's Rest to deliver the news about the Bramblewood.
Ryan.
Absolutely.
While Finch and Lorelei are having that discussion about the gold and say, I want to go to Lorelei's kitchen. And I was planning on doing this anyway. Thank you, Finch, for giving me cover to do so. I'm going to take 100 silver, and I'm going to place it like in a pot, in a kettle, tucked behind here, stash it around her kitchen.
Got it. Why don't you make me a stealth or sleight of hand check? I'll give you advantage because Finch is giving you cover. Willingly or not.
21.
21. You open pots for kettles and in bowls and things all around the kitchen. You stash 100 silver here and there around, and you force a little ease upon her. Excellent, very excellent. she says, she says, and at this point, she probably knows the story, right? Like that Bahamut called you to action, Finch.
Mhm.
She says to you, I don't know why, but I think you should have this. And she's going to produce Tamlin's ring,
Okay.
and she's going to put it in your hand. Say, you, my boy's passed on, but now he has the woman he loves back with him, and Lorelei was like a daughter to me, or Jasmine was like a daughter to me, and you saved her. And maybe this will just remind you, I don't know, of what you did here, and if no matter what you do in life, you did a good thing. You saved a couple of kids who got into some trouble.
I'll take the ring respectfully, and I'll just kind of like cup it to my breastplate, and I will tell her that I will hold it with honor.
You're a good lad. Now, I need to go to sleep. It's been a very exciting day.
It has. And
Okay.
I'll like wait for Ember to kind of like come back from wherever he was, if he's like openly with me, and then I'll just make my way out.
She'll stop by with you, Ember, as she's making her way to the stairs, and she's gonna give you a hug. Ember puts her arms around you, gives you a little old lady hug, and she says, "You're a good lad, Ember. Thank you. I owe you so much thanks. And would you thank all of your friends for me too?"
I will.
Okay.
Sleep well.
Thank you, young man. You're a good boy. She like pats your shoulders. And then she helps herself up the rail, and halfway up the rail she goes, "Oh, and of course, come by any time if you want tea and biscuits or anything. You're always welcome in my home. All of you. But the Aurora concordant, right. You're all always welcome in my home." And then she makes her way up the stairs and trusts you'll see yourselves out.
Mhm.
With that, evening is upon you. What would you all like to do?
Seems like we have some check-ins to do, right? Weren't there multiple parties interested in us being gone with the murder waif?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Bahamut's Rest and tell the clerics that the Bramblewood is now clear.
Okay. Anyone going with?
Yeah, we'll follow.
Or is everyone kind of just going back to okay?
Someone should probably tell the Raven Queen priest, right?
The priestess.
I can handle that.
Yeah, I gotta go scout a street.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, mage. Hey mage. You want me to come along, or you good?
I should be all right.
People don't pay attention to rats and cats and things that crawling about.
Your duel, your call.
I just come to watch.
Oh,
I just want to ask him a question. I just want to ask him a question. I'm not gonna kill him. No, there isn't really a better one. Yeah, okay. So I would like to start with Finch. As you make your way back to Bahamut's Rest. Where are we? We're here. Let's get a little Okay, let's see if this one's cool.
All that music.
Yeah, music's important, man. So fucking important.
Oh, for sure.
All right, who's here with Finch? That's Easton. Who else? Anyone else going? No, not Jewel. Not Zarval.
Oh, I
Dang,
was
you
gonna
going?
head towards the Raven Queen temple, but I
Yeah,
can
no
go
problem.
here.
No problem. No worries. I was just wanted to know where you were going. That's all. You can go to the Raven Queen. Okay. So Finch, you kind of ride up, look real fucking smooth as you do it.
Hell yeah.
Dismount. Hell yeah. Damn, is this all that Celestial Memories is? I thought it'd be way fucking cooler, dude. Oh no, I just have to activate it. No? No? You don't like me that much? Play the song, motherfucker.
Activate.
Hey, there we go. Activate. All right, you walk in. You see that there's a couple more petitioners around, and you definitely see Samar, the keeper of the temple. And you sort of walk in, and he looks over at you, and he kind of does a double take, and perhaps sees you, whether you meant to or not, walk with a certain confidence. And he approaches you, or actually, he calls you forth. He calls you to stand before him. He says, "Finch, how do you? You seem to walk with confidence of someone who maybe has some good news for us."
I do bring good news. The Bramblewood is clear. I can say that with the utmost confidence. You may want to send a cleric or two, just to make sure that the ground is consecrated, but we spent quite a bit of time there, and I can tell you with my whole heart and my faith that those woods shouldn't be haunted any longer.
He smiles, and he looks around the temple at the other clerics who sort of stop to hear, and the other petitioners also look around. Maybe they don't understand the significance as much. And he says, "Then you've done quite well. So, Finch and a guard. Kneel."
And I will.
One of the clerics goes into the back, and they wait for a moment, and she returns, and he draws from the scabbard a sword of platinum. He raises it up, and everyone bows their heads. All the clerics bow their heads. The petitioners sort of stand back and watch whatever's happening. And Samar speaks, and he speaks proudly. "I'll lift up your name, O First of Dragons, and pray to uphold your sacred charge. Let Finch protect those around them, as your wings enfold us. Let Finch seek for truth, as your eyes watch over us. Let Finch strike against wickedness, as your talons defend us. Let Finch resist temptation and falseness, as your heart guides us. I lift up your name, O First of Dragons, and pray that High Paladin Finch will uphold your sacred charge." Taps either of your shoulder with the blade and says, "Now rise, Finch, no longer Paladin, but High Paladin of Bahamut."
And I'll rise, and I'll just touch my amulet, and I'll say in Bahamut's name, and I'll just kind of I'll bow to him and respect those that are also participating in the ceremony, and just be a quiet but respectful demeanor.
So nods to you and says, "Finch, return. Yes. I will summon you with news of your new squire, once we have selected one that is proper to serve you."
That would be an honor. I'll wait for
your
word.
But now, indeed. But for now, approach the altar and speak to Bahamut himself. Have your moment with him and know that you are High Paladin in his service.
So I'll go to the altar and I will like take my hammer out and like I'll put it down, and I'll like have my shield up, and I'll take a knee and I'll grab my amulet again and I will start to pray to Bahamut. And I'll take a moment and I'll say, it has been a continuous honor to serve in your service. And I know I came to you many days ago, many weeks ago. It feels it all blurs together now. And I felt lost. I felt hopeless in a lot of ways. Like I didn't know what my path forward was. And through service of this town and ridding the Bramblewood of what specter haunted it there, releasing the anchor of grief that she held on the land, and talking to the people, honestly, and talking to the people, I feel a renewed sense of honor and service and dignity in your name. And I'm grateful to serve. And I'll just hold my amulet a little bit and I'll just pray for a moment and then I will rise.
As you sit there, hand on amulet, you pray and you say these things forth, your faith restored, your honor intact, your confidence uplifted. Cast out doubt, Finch, for I have much pride in you. Your amulet feels warm under your hand in that moment. And as you look down at it, it is a amulet that it has changed some. It is filigreed heavily with platinum, and celestial wording marks the edges of it. And your holy amulet is now an amulet of the devout +2.
Sweet. And I'll just respectfully stay there for like a moment. And then like I said, I'll rise and I'll just turn back and I'll say, is there anything else that I can do to provide you service?
Says, well, Finch, I think we're all going to have a drink tonight. In your name. It's not every day we get to see a high paladin walk through these halls, except for, of course, when Lady Kima makes her way through to her temple, which we will be sending word along. So do us a favor, get some sleep, get a drink in your belly, have a night, make merry, and tomorrow we will see if this great problem of Westruun has come to an end.
It's been an honor. And I will bring my hand to my breastplate, and then I'll extend my hand out to just shake his.
He puts the sword away. And you come over, and he'll shake your hand. He'll take it toughly, kind of like put his hand on the other side of your hand, and the other clerics will sort of come over and pat you on the shoulders. You've gotten to know them all fairly well over the last week or two, and they all say, "Hi, Paladin Finch, hey," and it's like, "Well, good job," and they all sort of pat your shoulder, and everyone's very knightly around here, very, very proper and knightly and chivalrous. But there is a camaraderie and there is a fellowship amongst the faith, and they express that to you and they celebrate you.
And I'll take that very graciously, and I'll make sure I thank everybody for their praise, and I'll shake everyone's hand before eventually respectfully leaving Bahamut's Rest and back to the inn to meet the rest of the party.
Absolutely. In which we will travel to them. So Everyone, I heard some people were going to the Temple of the Raven Queen.
Yes.
Okay. Easton's going there. Is anybody else going? Nope. All right. And a very different vibe. We find ourselves at a different temple. There we go. Easton, you find your way once more to the Temple of the Raven Queen, where these priests continue to linger, these dark ones. You see the great statue of the Raven Queen with her porcelain mask and long feather mantle. The grave mystic stands before you. You return.
The banshee, she's resting now. You said there was many more threats. Is she alone?
Yes. We suspect yes. The information about the monster came from the one you seek. He is here because he hunts the monster that enraged your spirit that you have cast out. I wonder. She turns to the altar and looks up at the statue of the Raven Queen.
I follow her gaze.
You look up at the matron. Her porcelain mask is delicate and gentle, cracked in different places, but black eyes that almost seem to stare through you as you look up. You look upon the face of death itself. She turns back to you. It would seem the Raven Queen thinks your service sufficient. You have preserved the cycle of life and death, and she has been allowed this day to ferry a soul to its true resting place, in no small part to you. I will impart now to you the identity of the man in this room, who was in this room, and I suspect he will be of great interest to you one way or another. His name is Adam Volsk.
AC asking here. Adam Vosk, was it?
Adam Volsk, which is ADOM
Okay.
VOTSK.
Okay.
Adam Volsk. He is a member of the Claret Order, and he comes to do their dark work, their holy work. He will be here tomorrow morning. But I warn you, whatever you intend with him, you will not commit violence in this holy place.
What about learning? Studies.
That is what temples are for. To learn of the gods, to divine our path forward. You may meet this Adam Volsk in the morning. Perhaps your goals are aligned. Perhaps he might lead you to what you seek. The Raven Queen thinks that you have some disdain for him and his order. Perhaps he will guide you one way or another.
Perhaps. I will see too what I told you. This monster. We'll find it.
I wonder. You have carried out her service well this day. Will you not commune with the Matron of Ravens?
I look up at the statue one more time, and then at her. I never have before. To be honest, it's well, this temple was one of the first buildings I saw in the city, and I keeps bringing me back to it. I, if I wanted to, could I?
All may pray, and all may be heard. If you wish for an audience with the Raven Queen, I am afraid she will require much more from you before then, Hunter.
And I kind of just look at the statue one more time, sort of accepting my decision. Then there's closer and closer I'm getting to death, the more I find myself here.
You seek your own death or someone else's?
Someone else's.
And you believe this Adam Volts can lead you there? Was this the man you came seeking when you first arrived?
He isn't, but after this conversation, I feel there's no other man I wish to talk to.
The Raven Queen cares little for vengeance, unless it is upon those who bring forth the undead. If you render a soul unto her, it matters not for the reason. Return in the morning, Easton, and you will find this man. You have my word. If you wish to commune with her, that is not for me to hear, unless you wish it. And she sort of walks away from you and goes to tend to her duties around the temple. It is for you to decide if you wish to take a pew, approach the altar, simply leave.
Fuck it. I'm gonna try to. It's sort of blind here, but I'm a hands-on learner, and I'm seeking to bring deaf a better way to learn it.
Okay. You approach the altar. Do you take a pew?
Yeah.
Okay. You approach the altar. You stand before this magnificent effigy, stone effigy of the Matron of Ravens. You assume a sort of prayer posture, maybe?
I
You don't know.
I kind of like look at it and like doing my hands in any sort of like any sort of religious stance it feels alien, but holding my rifle, that feels better, and I kind of just place it right in the middle and get on one knee and just sort of hold my hand over the barrel, just sort of like I've barely even looked at this thing, so it's in this moment I'm kind of just like looking at it, staring square and center with the altar, and see what happens.
Okay. Do you think anything to say to the... Do you just wait and watch the weapon, or do you...
I'm thinking of like the amount of death I would bring Taro in. Like there's just like it's like different flashes of like if I see an opening, I'm gonna shoot him there. I see
Nice.
him killing my sponsor. I see some like memories and flashes of us when we were younger where like I didn't see anything. I thought everything was fine, and it just it like rapidly starts simmering into like a rage. My hand starts trembling a little bit, and then I just like grip the barrel to sort of refocus. And when I do grip the barrel, all I think about is putting one right between Terowin's eyes.
these thoughts flash through your mind, and you're almost taken over by them. This sort of daydream. It consumes you in this moment. These thoughts of the pain that you had felt, the anger, the grief, the rage, the need, the thirst for vengeance comes over you in this moment as your mind flashes as you see Terwin standing over his body. You see you not able to get there fast enough. You see you scraping for survival in the woods, just desperately trying to get to Terwin, just to get your hands around his throat. And you think about your gun, you think about the bullet. Maybe you have a bullet on you with his name on it, who knows? And you think hard, and these flashes come over your mind. And perhaps most disturbingly, as you're going through these, almost as if you're watching a film and someone just replaced a section of the film with like something that shouldn't be there. You see your sponsor looking at you, and he opens his mouth, and you see long fanged teeth, and he goes at you, and then you kind of jump and sort of start and sort of like look around the room and look up at the altar as you see the Raven Queen looking down at you from her stone effigy, but sort of have a little chill up your spine. You don't know what that was about. But you know you gotta find Terwin. You know that this guy maybe can lead you to him.
Absolutely. And like that sort of like refocusing, I get up, compose myself, and I pull out from my pouch one round, and I start carving an X onto it with the blade that I used for my blood rights.
Nice.
And I'm kind of doing that like as I'm walking out, rifle's already strapped to my back, and I whistle an old tune. It anyone who'll recognize it, it's just like barrack songs that we would just one song that all three of us would sing when we were like having some drinks, having a good night.
As you whistle the song, it's painful to recall those good moments as you see those flashes of the two brothers drinking together and how it was just betrayal, but you imagine whistling the song just before you place that shot between his eyes, letting him know that, reminding him of the guilt, trying and impose some last reminder of why this is happening to him when you finally find him.
And riding those happy vibes all the way to the tavern. Yeah.
Yep, happy, sure.
Vibes.
Right. Fantastic. Who else we got? Zarvolg, Jewel, Yvain, Ember. What about you guys? What are you up to?
Jewel's sort of just walking around. She's lost in her own thoughts, and she considers going to her father's house, but instead just decides to go home.
Okay, you head home. Did we give an identity to this criminal contact you have?
No.
No, it was another game where I was like, okay, let's give this guy an identity. Like, you've been talking to him enough. Well, we're gonna give him an identity right now. So your criminal contact in the city, this man that you've been talking to, his name is Hollis. That's what we're gonna call him.
Okay.
Sometimes he pops in at your home. He told you that you guys are you owe him a job, so to speak. And as you get there, you see he's kind of like leaning on your door as you approach. He goes, "Oh, there you are, Jewel of Twilight. It's been a minute. You're up to... Well, you took up a loan the other day, but I just wanted to check in how things going."
She kind of wrinkles her nose. Not tonight.
I just wanted to check in and see if my favorite gambler is doing well.
Things are just a little busy at the moment.
Oh, too busy for family, eh? I mean, real family. I mean, Me and you and everybody, family, you know what I mean?
I've been out of town, but I am back. And I still know that I have to do this job, but I am wondering, what has the word on the street been since the last job?
Well, word on the street is, as I told you, the merchant you robbed apparently had a favor with the guard, and yeah, there's this one guard who's sticking a nose into the business. She's been all over town trying to gather evidence against you, but luckily for you, you've got powerful friends. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. She's gonna sniff and dig, and she's not gonna find shit. Because you're so good at what you do, right?
Indeed.
You want her number? Put a dagger in her back?
No.
She says in Thieves' Camp, to be clear.
There's no need to shed blood.
Oh, always the bleeding heart. Always the bleeding heart. You know, we don't give a shit about that kind of thing if you need someone to take care of it. We get it. Everyone gets it. We all have our expertise. If that's not your thing, that's not your thing. But we have boys and girls who love that kind of thing.
Oh, I know.
If you want it.
I know. But I already owe enough money as it is.
Yeah, that's right, you do. So, enjoy gallivanting with your friends, but, and of course, you're going to have to pay back when the Hazel Festival comes around, that little debt you paid for your swords. Nice bit of equipment you got there, but, well, your father still has quite a debt, and I have to say, he works hard, it seems, to keep that debt, you're breaking even just barely, you know what I mean? He seems to work quite hard against you in your efforts.
Yes.
So, just don't forget. You owe us, Jewel.
I have not forgotten. Trust me.
All right. Well, you let me know if you're, We'll let you know if we've got something, but you let us know if you want something.
I will.
He leans off of your door, and he kind of says, oh, just a reminder, if you're thinking of going to the clasp for protection or something like that, I wouldn't recommend it. Their grip on Tal'Dorei is coming to a swift end.
And she kind of
you want to be with the winners.
Clasp. You have no means to worry about that.
Good. Just want to check in with my friend. Glad to hear. Just always good to check in with family, right?
I see. Yes.
Right. Well, you have yourself an excellent night, Jewel of Twilight. Be seeing you. He walks down the street.
She watches him, waits till he's gone before she goes into her place.
Yep. Go into your place, and everything seems to be where it should be.
Yep. Oh, she's not worried about that.
Okay. No problem. Okay. Zarbolg, it sounded like you had an idea of where you're going.
Oh yeah, nothing special. He's kind of just been spending his downtime around the tavern. For one thing, that's where he told the halfling who's competing that where he could be found if there was any word of the wizards being available. But also, it's just feels like a comfortable place to get to, or like to people watch, basically. Just kind of look for anything that might cause any interest. Plus, he likes Ulf. So on his way in, he'll probably be like, hey, Ulf, just dispatched a pretty gruesome wench.
Oh, yeah, you dispatched a wench. Well, I hope it's nobody I knew.
Quite wispy. Oh, the one that was, killing the miners in the woods.
Oh, you got rid of that, did you? The maiden of the Bramblewood, you got rid of it?
Yeah, she's gone off now. Gone off to join her male companion, who knew?
Well, you're going to have to tell that story. I think that's worth a free drink.
That's what I like to hear.
Pours you a drink, he puts on the table and goes, well, and some people start to gather around as they want to hear the tale, and they're like, well, go on, Zorval, give us a tale. Give us a performance check. See how well you tell your tale.
You really ought to be better at this for as often as I do it. Let's see. Performance. Two.
I'll let you choose. Do you embellish or do you just not tell it very well?
No, he definitely embellishes.
Yeah,
very,
so like
it's a very
people are
unbelievable
like,
way.
all right, well, tell us what happened, and you're like, there was a dragon, and the matron of Raven showed up, and she shot a beam of radiant light, and it exploded the damn, and you just like completely like childishly blow it out of proportion. Everyone's like, oh right, yeah, okay, cool. And they all kind of like leave pretty quickly, or Ulf is like, oh, that's he sort of entertains. He's the bartender. It's like his job, and he's like, oh, dragon, huh? And he goes, you're like, yeah, and Fen grew fucking wings and became the champion of the law bearer, and Finch died and came back to life and died again, came back again, and fucking it was like 3 times. You wouldn't believe it. And as you're like telling this crazy story, there's a as like a dagger stabs right next to your hand. And you're like, oh fuck. And you see it's the halfling, it's the halfling Ferrum that you saw the other day at the tower. And he says, I got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, what's
I
that?
ain't seen you. You said that there was supposed to be some guy around here. I ain't seen fucking nobody around here. You lying to me? I know you're friends with that the ginger fellow.
The guy, the wizard. Oh, Jack. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, Jet. You said his name was Jack. You said he hangs around here.
Yeah, no, he doesn't hang around here. He hangs around at the tower normally. I hang around here.
Oh. He like picks the dagger up and puts it, and he goes, "All right, well, my bad, I guess."
Yeah, no.
But I do know you're friends with the ginger fellow. You're not trying to mislead me, are you, you fucker?
Yeah, well, friends is a strong word, but I do spend time with him. We are together. No, I'm not trying to mislead you. Just trying to help each other out. We were both looking for the wizard. I figured if either of us saw him.
Oh, you're together then. You're bed buddies or something, huh?
Yeah, well, he is pretty warm.
Huh. Really? Just let me know if you see this Jecht guy. But I'm officially done looking for him. I've been around here for a fucking day and a half. Like shit fucking happened.
Yeah, I've never seen him outside of the tower, and the tower's all locked up.
He sort of just grumbles to himself and hops off the stool and kind of like sort of grumbles his way out of the bar. As he misinterpreted what you said.
So we know that he hasn't seen the wizard either. That's good to know.
All right. And Sarvog will continue his telling of his most glorious tale, and nobody will believe him. Okay, Yvain, Ember, what about you two? What are you guys up to this fine evening?
I got a street that I'm going to go check out.
Right,
I have
right.
an angry Goliath who wants me to show up there so he can beat me up.
Is there anything you want to do, Yvain, quick before we handle that?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the Wild Arbor.
The Wild Arbor, yeah. Sure, you absolutely head over there, no problem. Yeah, we'll handle that, and then we're gonna do your street brawl, Ember. I fought adults in parking lots. Yeah, you head over there. Let me just trying to get all my sounds right, making them nice. This would be, we'll call it quiet. We got some like, oh, air and water. I kind of like the sound of that. Nah, this isn't it. This isn't it. Greenwood sounds right. Yeah, that's it. Greenwood. Okay, let's get to it. Okay. Jesus, that's bright. What just happened? Okay. Yeah, Yvain, you get there without issue. They're near to closing up, much like any other temple right now, but you're certainly welcome inside. And you're gonna see the normal priestess, the bald one with the sort of viney tattoos up her head. She walks up to you and she says, "Welcome, Yvain. It's good to see you again. I hope you didn't have to use any of the skills we spoke of last time we talked."
I didn't.
That's excellent to
I didn't at
hear.
all.
Wonderful, wonderful.
For the first time ever, we fixed something just by mending it. You know, by fixing what was broken instead of just destroying it altogether. It's kind of nice.
Isn't it? That's the thing about nature, is sometimes it requires a rock slide to change the terrain, and other times it just takes a little bit of rain.
I found the descendants of several Houthis.
Oh, Houthis. This is about...
Shadebarrow.
That's right, Shadebarrow. I see. You intend to continue to pursue Shadebarrow.
I'm not going there. But it doesn't hurt to know where it is.
That's fair. It's always good to aspire to greatness. And it certainly would be great if you one day could find a way to save that place from its evil. One day.
Yeah.
But I suspect you find yourself quite busy these last couple of days.
Yeah, so I need to find out what kinds of things cause nightmares.
What kinds of things cause nightmares? Well, I know for me it's clowns. Other people it's spiders. But I suspect that's not what you're talking about.
No, there seems to be a rash of nightmares going on around.
Mm-hmm.
And they all started at once, which would lead one to think that it has a singular source. So I just finished, working with a banshee, and it had this kind of screamy thing going on, and there was a thing that it needed to be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
So what kinds of things might cause nightmares?
I suspect you mean magically.
Yeah.
Well, it is a vast world out there with many different things that cause terror, but if you're asking me what I think what is causing all of this madness, it must be something very powerful. That's all I can really say. To affect a whole city all at once, it must be some great curse or powerful being. I couldn't imagine which is the truth.
I thought that was it. I thought it was something like that. All right. Well, I guess that's for tomorrow.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's a curse? Do you think it's some monster? Do you think it's some ghost? What do you think it is?
I think it's a who.
A who?
And I'll tell you why. It all started at once. And it was all in an area. That's not the kind of thing that just happens from out of nowhere. So unless there's some weird rift to an odd realm, there has to be an intelligence behind it. It's too specific. Also, there's a range. If you get a mile out, it can slip just fine.
If it's something intelligent, then may I suggest a perspective?
Please.
I'm a priest of the Wild Mother, so I hope you'll excuse the metaphors, but it's sort of my thing. Someone who has this much power to wield surely thinks themselves a predator. If you wish to draw out a predator, bait can do the job. You need simply seem the prey, and perhaps he'll come to you with enough patience. Or she, or they, or it. I do not know if that'll be helpful to you, but, well, it felt like it worth saying.
Thank you so much. And I will give her a big giant hug. And then say,
She's a little surprised, but she gleefully accepts it and hugs you back. And
I
you,
will let you get some sleep and I will see you soon. And
I don't sleep, but thank you.
Oh, that's right.
That's okay.
And then I will run to Honors and suggest she sleep outdoors. But that's
Okay.
that now.
You get to her house, knock on the door, and the door's closed, it's locked. But she doesn't have a very large home, like she has like a room, basically. But if you look through the window, you can see her on her bed going with like a book on her chest, just sort of like clearly stewing in some nightmare. Stirring, excuse me.
What do I have here?
Fireball.
No.
It's the solution to everything, right? That's what I hear. That's what Reddit says.
I can make a flower blossom, right?
Yeah, with Druidcraft, sure.
Can I Druidcraft a vine to like find a hole in the wall and like just sort of like poke at her until she wakes up?
I think that's a little beyond the scope, I'm afraid to say. Yeah. Yeah, I think like making a vine inside of like a stone. I'll tell you what. Let me roll a little check on something. Okay, you're lucky. She has a potted plant inside the room, and you just sort of like make one of those leaves get a little bit bigger and sort of like, but you kind of gotta just like, it's like kind of like doing some of these while she's trying to. Unfortunately, you
I'll
don't
start tapping on the door now.
She kind of like wakes up, and the book goes flying off her chest across the room, and she goes, "Oh no!" She like jumps off of it and like picks up the book and puts it down, looks at the window. She like opens up the window. She goes, "Hi."
Yeah, say, do you trust me?
Oh God. Sure. What are we doing?
I can promise you a full night's rest. Keep your bag in a bedroll.
Okay. And she like goes running around the room and gathering stuff with like a certain excitement. She gets her bedroll. Yeah, she's at the door with her staff and her overcoat on. She's like, okay, what are we doing?
All right. I grab my horse. I get her on back.
You're like,
we're going
get
to
on.
ride about.
Give her like the, come on.
Essentially, yeah.
And she's like, oh, okay. And you get her on and you ride out.
So we're going to ride out about, mile and a half.
Yep.
And find some place that looks reasonably secure, etc.
All right. Yeah, you ride out far enough from Western that you don't think you'll be affected, but close enough that maybe there won't be trouble. And you guys get to the side of the road, and a campfire is quickly produced by your magics, and the bedrolls are laid out. And gotta say, now that you're a little bit a ways from the city, it's a pretty nice night out. Stars are sparkling across the cloudless sky. The moon is what's the moon like today?
Take advantage of this. She needs to sleep.
The moon happens to be full, actually. Almost perfectly full. Or actually, no, this would be the night of the third. It's actually a perfect full moon tonight. Tonight's the night of the new moon. And as you're like laying out bedrolls and you see Honor looking up at them, she's just kind of like looking up at them and like smiling up at the stars in the sky.
So this thing has a radius. Get far enough out of it and you can sleep as well as you're going to sleep, not in a bed. Yeah, get some sleep. And I will ask Happy to keep watch.
Happy goes. And as you like lay down Yvain, Happy sort of like looks at you and kind of like stumps his foot. And he kind of like gets behind you on the opposite side of Honor and like pokes you with his horn. He's like, aren't you a fucking Star Druid? This is your moment, dude. This is how you get it. And he hops away. He doesn't say that. This is where you're most powerful.
I know, and I'm trying to use my powers for good. And you probably said that out loud, by the way.
Maybe you imagine Happy saying this as you imagine that's what Happy says, and Happy sort of like hops away to like the other side of the campfire and like turns his back to both of you very intentionally. He's like, I'm not looking, do whatever you gotta do.
Right, so, are you still awake?
Yeah, I'm still awake. The moon's beautiful tonight.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Moonweaver?
Yeah, actually, I just came from her temple.
Oh, I didn't know the Moonweaver had a temple.
I'm not the Moonweaver. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get them confused. I'm an idiot. Do I know
No,
who the Moonweaver is?
You're not an idiot. Make a religion check.
No, I don't, which works pretty well.
What'd you roll?
6.
God damn it, Yvain. I will, with a 6, I will simply say this. The Moonweaver is a god of moonlight.
I know the Moonweaver's ribbons are.
Is the god of moonlight, autumn, and is the patron of benevolent trickery.
Right.
Illusions, misdirection. Some say she's a love goddess.
Oh, right on. Oh. So, no, I'm sorry. Honestly, my wits are completely scrambled when you're around. So you probably shouldn't take anything I'm saying at face value.
I take a lot of what you say at face value. You're very, very smart.
That's so not wise. I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time. But yeah.
You seem like you know what you're doing. You have a lot of really great ideas, and maybe you just need to believe in yourself a little bit more. She kind of like sits up at this point, kind of like cross-legged.
So, if I was to kiss you right now, would that be all right?
She just kind of like does a little nod.
I will kiss her.
You kiss her. She's like tense. She's like every muscle in her body is seized. And as you come in, your lips lock with hers. There, she kisses you. That sort of first kiss where you kind of pull away, and then she kind of like comes back in, and like the tension sighs away as you both sort of ease into a lovely kiss under the moon. Somewhere out there in the outer planes, the Moonweaver's like, hee hee hee, ha 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 ha. And whatever happens that night is up to the imagination of whoever wants to have it, whether that's just kissing or something else. We're gonna fade to black, whatever it is. Ember. No, we're a little past, but let's get you done in fairness.
Okay.
All right, in slightly less romantic settings than the new moon under a perfect starlit night in the fields alone, we're gonna come to you, my friend. Where is it? I think this is it. Is this what I... Yeah, I think so. So you find yourself walking down... Oh god, the music's too goddamn cute. Okay, let's put on Night, and it is, let's call it A Strange World. So you walk into the underpass looking for this individual, and he is not hard to find. He's standing there ready, pretty much the exact same position that he was in when you found him on the road. You see this rather large Goliath, strong, bulky, brown eyes, the black tattoos, sort of exotically dressed. And he goes, "Thought you'd chicken out."
I faced a banshee today. I'm not going to be afraid of you.
Huh. Well, I've got news for you. I'm a far more dangerous person than anyone named Banshee.
That's what I was afraid of. We don't really have to do this, you know.
Oh, I think we do. Because here's the thing. I want that reward. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to solve the dream and I'm going to beat all the competition. The best way to beat the competition is to, well,
beat the competition?
Yeah, beat the competition. You ready to do this? I give you one chance to fall on your knees and say that you're a shittier warlock than Sidon Redstream and leave Westruun forever.
The fire that's 10 feet to his left
Yeah.
is going to move 10 feet.
Fair enough. And you know what? We'll roll an initiative at the beginning of next session, and as Ember's gonna have a little 1v1 versus a rival warlock.
Hell yeah.
Get him, Ember! Get him!
Get him, Ember! You can do it!
He surrounded himself in fire. How
And
fucking dumb
this
does he have to
winter.
be?
Well, we need to be able to see in the dark. Oh, you're the fire one. I thought you were the... Oh, shit.
He's engulfed in flames and dies.
No. He is literally surrounded in fire.
Oh, I thought you were the air one. That's why I went to fight on the ground. Shit.
That was a lot of fun. I missed you guys a lot, but I have to go right away because of
No
time.
problem. Have a great
That's
night.
fine.
Guys, that was awesome.
That was such a good session.
Wait until
Awesome.
next Monday.
Nice. I'm glad you guys enjoyed.
We didn't have to kill anybody.
No,
It's the
and
coolest thing ever. Like, it's like such a happy story.
absolutely.
There's no trauma. There was really no trickery.
It was
No,
actually
it's gonna go
closure.
away.
Thanks, guys.
It was actually a little closure.
It was a good
Yeah,
session.
have a good night.
Night, guys.
Night.
Night.